recall the appropriate language that was remained to this issue from the contract and highlighted this particular paragraph. Town council shall review and evaluate the performance of the manager annually, providing that the town council utilizes specific goals and or performance objectives that I referenced in the policies and procedures manual that the council has collaboratively determined are necessary for the proper operation of the town at a public meeting between February 1st and May 31st of each year of employment for the matters on the agenda. So at the last meeting, this seemed to come as a surprise to our town attorney and our town manager. And so I think that the vice mayor had a very appropriate suggestion that we delay it until this particular meeting. Everyone seemed to agree. And it once again is not on the agenda. So I'm curious, a couple things as to why it's not on the agenda. I had talked to our town attorney soon after the last meeting, and I'd asked for a number of documents that are related to this process. Still haven't received those. So I'm curious as to what the status is of this matter and why it's not on the agenda today.
Mr. Mayor, I will try and field that question. One, starting in reverse order. I do not know why the manager's contract was not placed earlier on an agenda for you all to discuss. Moving forward, if it is your direction that I be responsible for that placement of that item on a future agenda, please direct me so, and I will make sure it happens. But generally speaking, it is not the responsibility of the town attorney to prepare the agenda. However, again, I want to make it absolutely clear that with respect to this item, if it is the council's direction to me to make sure it gets placed on future, in future years, within that time frame, please direct me so, and I will make sure that I work with the town clerk to make sure that that happens moving forward. With respect to why it's not on the agenda for today is, as Councilman Adderholt indicated, there's a six-week period that was determined after the meeting took place. And I believe I had mentioned this to Councilmember Adderholt. If I didn't, then I apologize. I know I've had some conversations with some of you, some others of you, with regard to this issue as to why it's not on today's agenda. Is because that 6-week period has not run. It won't run until nominally the second meeting in June. Unfortunately, we don't have one this month. So I've already instructed the clerk to make sure that it's placed on the first meeting that's available thereafter, which would be, I believe, the first meeting in August, since we will be taking the hiatus in July. I think the third issue that Councilmember Adderholt mentioned or discussed was the forwarding of documents to him. I believe that I had that communication with staff and that those documents had been independently forwarded to him. To the extent that it wasn't, I apologize, Councilmember Adderholt, and I will make sure that it gets to you today before the end of the day.
I appreciate your comments, Town Attorney. Could you elaborate just a little further on this 6-week delay? Because I've not been able to delineate that in these documents that I've read earlier.
Moment.
Mayor,
Sir.
while town attorney's looking that up, I asked the clerk to inquire when it was appropriate to put the matter on the agenda and to determine that with the town attorney, and I believe she did that, and that's why we are where we are today. So just so you understand. The second point that was raised by the counselor is that as a matter of courtesy, I don't put my own evaluation on the agenda, although I now realize the rule is written that way. Last year it was put on by Mr. Heron, and likewise in August I would put his on as a matter of courtesy, but if you want me to put my own on, I'd be happy to do that.
While we're at it, So we clear the air here. There's been some discussion bandied around by some ignorant sources that the mayor and the manager set the agenda. Mayor and the manager do not set the agenda. Agenda is set collectively by the council in management and planning meetings, and then brought forward in the order, pretty much the order they're received, except for recurring items. So we do not set the agenda individually. One more thing, excuse me, Jim, is it's in the manager's contract that town council will set goals at the beginning of the year, which will be evaluated by the council at the end of the year. I don't know that we set a particular set of goals at the beginning of the year. If we did, I'd like somebody to remind me of those, what they were. But it's pretty hard to evaluate something that hasn't been done. So if there's any blame to be passed along here, it's on us collectively for not having set a specific set of goals. There are recurring goals that have been going on here forever that the manager consistently meets. And I will defend that anytime.
Could I offer a suggestion that we move this discussion to council member items toward the end of the meeting? There's a motion on the floor to approve the final agenda. This cannot be added to the final agenda today due to lack of notice. I'm happy to discuss it, and I actually planned on bringing it up during my council member items toward the end of the meeting. Can we vote on the motion and talk about it further then?
If I could just make one last point, this is being discussed under a parliamentary inquiry, which is a privileged motion. But I appreciate the need to limit discussion on a parliamentary inquiry. I would also say, just in reference to what the mayor said, is that we seem to have some documents in conflict with each other, that the rule policy procedures manual references at the top, after that paragraph I just read, it references the basis of evaluation, three items. Town charter responsibilities, of which there is a little chart there, which you fill out as part of the evaluation. Not terribly helpful from a performance evaluation, but important, obviously, to respect the charter. Item number 2, town council strategic plan goals is another item to base our evaluation on. I don't want to speak for my 2 other new colleagues. I've never seen that document. I again asked the town attorney for that document. Never seen it, was not part of that. Be interested in seeing that. Certainly would be helpful for the evaluation. Then item number 3, management of CIP assets. I assume that's either capital improvement plan or capital improvement project assets. If I think, certainly we're aware of those. So I think it's important at some point, maybe, and again, we can discuss it later in the meeting. I think we need to take a look at this whole process and our documents that give us guidance, because I think they're, and the employment contract, quite honestly, because I think they're in conflict with each other. And I just wanted to make sure this morning that we were not abdicating our responsibilities before I support this agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I also have something that I'd like to add to this discussion. I'll defer to you as to when you find it appropriate to bring it up.
Very good. Okay, we're trying to approve the final agenda. It's been moved. Was there a second? I believe there was a second. Okay, any further discussion? Any objection? The final agenda is approved. We're going to go now to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Katie Youngworth.
This is not how I envisioned this meeting starting, by the way, but that's okay.
Morning, Council. We all know what happened on Monday. And I think it's time that we start putting our priorities in order. For a year plus, we followed the rules. We wore masks because you wanted to keep the residents of this town safe. Kept town hall closed because you wanted to keep the residents and the town employees safe. Okay? Now, we need to continue keeping our residents and our visitors safe. We need to follow that. We preached it for a year, and now it's time to continue that. Our priorities are not right. spent thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars on Bayside Park, Bay Oaks. We're gonna spend $2 million on a mooring field for 100 boats? We can't have community policing? We need to get our priorities in line and start protecting our residents and our visitors. These community policing officers are here to help us, work with us, get to know our businesses. It's time we put those priorities in line. Thank you.
Q?
Pete Dorma? You, sir.
Morning, council.
Morning.
This goes
Say your
back,
name for us for the record.
Say your name for the record.
my name is Pete Orderma. I live at 300 Denora Boulevard. And the issue of the Nora has been something that's been a couple of years. But anyway, I was told I should present my case or whatever to the board because my permit was denied for behind my house. It happens that the town council owns the biggest piece of land on Denora Canal, over 817 square. I applied to vacate, a petition to vacate the property back in 2018. It was denied. I don't know what use of that property is to you. Right now, I'm trying to build a retaining wall back there, and basically it would benefit both the town and my property. Retaining wall will end up creating a terrace, and the definition of terracing I have here, it comes from the United States Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, Des Moines, Iowa. What is terracing? Terraces are earthen structures that intercept runoff of moderate steep slopes. I have a very steep slope behind my house. In other words, you try to walk down it, or you're almost falling down the slope. To transform long slopes into a series of shorter slopes, terraces reduce the rate of runoff and allow soil particles to settle out, the resulting cleaner water and then carrying off the field. Erosion. What I'm trying to do is prevent erosion and runoff behind my property. My permit was denied for that because if I want to build it, I happen to infringe on a 2 by 20 piece river of land behind the house where that retaining would be. Actual terrace would accommodate 10 by 30 retaining wall, 18 inches high. Like both of our properties, and I don't know where to go from this. Zoning said this property can't do anything. I don't know who and when to address. I asked to go in front of the planning commission, but here I am. I don't know. You can make recommendations, or you can help me out on how I can resolve this issue.
Thank you. I think someone will get to you before you leave. Okay, someone? Right.
Mr. Mayor, we'll talk about this very quickly in manager's comments and see if we can get an authority to help out.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Howell.
Morning, council members. I'm Bill Whitefield, General Manager of the Pink Shell Beach Resort and Marina. We received a code violation for straws. Our understanding that the ordinance isn't clear. The town is doing their job, but we researched. The ordinance came out and found a straw that biodegradable, green, safe. Been using it. But I guess because of the code, the ordinance is written, we're in violation. Doesn't make sense. Use a straw called Fade. I think you'll hear from Murph later that this is a recommendation. For a straw. Obviously, there's bigger things for us to be worrying about than the straw. So please, if you could look at it.
Bill, while you're there, we don't get in a dialogue, but you sent me a email Is that what this was referring to?
No.
Okay, that's something else, then we'll talk about
No,
it.
I can go real quick. Obviously, our stance and our, our owners of the Pink Shell, we find it not a good decision for the town to spend $1 million+ on looking at another location for the Morton Field operation. So that it should be placed on town property ways. If the move was to move it to the north end, we would rather not have the mooring field on the north end expansion in order for the town not to waste money on another $2 million on land. So that was the.
Thanks. I'm just bringing that up. I apologize because my emails, there was something wrong with the phone and they just all came up this morning. I haven't had a chance to read them all. But thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Madam Clerk, next.
Yeah, I just wanted to add
Robert?
with the straws. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? This is Robert Howell. Good to see everyone again. So we did have a vote with Murph. I'm speaking more for myself here about the straws. I definitely think changing the wording in the ordinance about the straws is pertinent because there's new straws coming out that are marine biodegradable. I personally have done a few tests with the fade straws that we talked about with Murph. We had a presentation. And I put them in our bay water, I put them into water and different temperatures water. And they actually do hold up pretty well as long as they're in water. They sit for a while on the beaches though. But then once they're in the water, they seem to disintegrate pretty quickly. So we had talked about testing those. So
Thank you.
thank you.
To keep up with technology.
That's all I have.
That's it? All right. Next item on the agenda is local achievements and recognitions. Start down with you, Councilman Allers.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank Sheriff Marcino, his command staff, Captain Lawler. They took some time last week to meet with me and show me around their command center up by the Home Depot. If you haven't had a chance to go up there and check it out. It's very interesting how in tune they are with what really does go on around here. They are always watching. They are saddened by what happened over the Memorial Weekend. They do have a plan moving forward. If any of my colleagues get a chance to reach out to them and go up and check it out, I think you would find it very interesting. They're very in tune with wanting to work with us. So that is, I want to thank them for taking a couple hours to show me around. Also on a personal note, I just want to thank everybody that reached out, their well wishes for my dad. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to hold off until our guest of honor gets here. That would be who I would be honoring today.
Councilman Adderall.
A couple things this morning. Want to start with a ceremony that occurred. I know the mayor probably will touch on this, but he can't praise himself, so I'll praise him for him. But there was a
Don't misunderstand that. I can praise myself very well. Thank you. I've made a career of that, as a matter of fact.
There was a Blue Star Memorial dedication at the Fort Myers Beach Library held by the Estero, or sponsored by the Estero Island Guard Club. And I've got to say, since I've been on the council, that was probably one of the most impressive things I've seen on the island. And the mayor gave very appropriate remarks. The Observer on Monday did a beautiful piece on the gentleman who donated the money for this, Mr. Ashford, who lost his father in World War II in a bombing mission literally over Germany, and he was 1.5 years old. He spoke a very moving tribute to our veterans, and I wanted to recognize. I mean, it was in front of the library, and he had, the beautiful library had the two lanais above where we were seated. One lanai held a band, if you will, that played beautiful music, and then you had above that an Air Force veteran in a wheelchair overlooking it all, and beautiful speeches honoring the men and women who've served. And I just going to recognize the Blue Star Committee who sponsored that. Pokey Ashford, Donna Blyven, Earl Dallas, Patty Festi, Ann Fossum, Bernie Hamera, Bobby Kemp, Earl Kohler, Bonnie McClure, Patty Salinas, Mary Ann Smith, Paula Smith, Karen Swanback, and Kathy Turner. And there were many other people involved in this ceremony, and it was beautiful. Beach Talk Radio covered it live. Again, the Observer had great coverage of it. I wish our local TV stations could have been there to see that, because it was a beautiful honoring event, again, of the men and women who served. Two other things. Thought Brian from the Shuckers was going to be here this morning. He must have had a he's the general manager of Shuckers, and I assume he's got a lot on his plate running a massive restaurant like that. But I wanted to recognize Shuckers for the beautiful a fundraiser that they had for the Beach Elementary School. They raised, he was going to give us the final total this morning, tens of thousands of dollars for the elementary school. I was out of town, unfortunately, for the event, but I had lunch with Brian beforehand with the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Jackie Lisak, and the resources that Shuckers put forward and the personnel and the effort that they put forward to hold that event, to raise those dollars, particularly at a time of challenging times with COVID, was really, really impressive. And I just wanted to thank Shuckers, the owners of Shuckers, and all those who were involved in that event. And lastly, but not leastly, I only have some data on the funding for the clean water efforts for the state of Florida. The governor recently signed the budget. This included $415 million for Everglades restoration projects and $302 million for targeted water quality improvements to achieve significant, meaningful, and measurable nutrient reductions in key water bodies across the state. I want to thank the governor, the state legislature, and most importantly, the public for making their voice heard. Thank you for those who wrote the various elected officials. The town of Fort Myers Beach participated in an effort to try to get the word out, to get people to reach out to their elected officials. And I would say that it was more than successful. Again, the governor, when first elected, pledged a 4-year program to allocate $2.5 billion to this effort, a number that's has been seen in this state in some time, particularly towards this effort. And it would require $625 million a year. We exceeded that number this year, particularly in a non-election year, which I think is probably the most challenging year to get the funding, particularly with the competition because of the COVID issues. So I just wanted to thank all of our elected officials and particularly the public for all of their support and getting the word out. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Councilman Veach.
I'd like to echo what when Councilman Adderholt said about the Stereo Island Garden Club and their memorial. The club has been very active and are showing a lot of diverse contributions to our society, as many of the other organizations are.
Thank you. And I would just add to that as well that that was a very nice morning with the Blue Star celebration. It was a blast of patriotism, which is just what the doctor ordered at the time. It was wonderful. And I want to thank the ladies at the Garden Club and the library board. It was the music, the program, everything about it was just fantastic. And we could use a few more events like that from time to time. And Tom's story, if you didn't read the story in the Observer, is a tremendous story. I mean, his father was shot down over Europe and died before he knew him. I mean, he grew up without his dad, but he grew up with a tremendous stepdad, and then made a very successful life afterwards, which in itself is a tribute to the American spirit. So, and I'd also like to, if I didn't say it before at the last meeting, I want to thank Tuna Skin for their first annual fishing tournament, which was a delight. Yours truly represented the town. Yours truly didn't catch a darn fish, but there weren't many fish caught that morning, but the ones that did, there were of course local guys, and there were 47 teams. And my old golfing buddy used to say to me, you know, Murphy, if it wasn't for the raffles, you wouldn't win anything. And as it turned out, this kind of flowed over into my fishing experience. They had raffles down there, and if you weren't there, you couldn't claim your prize, and they'd throw it back out and blah, blah, blah. So this was fortuitous for me because the last prize that was called was team number 47, which was the last team, which was our team. And my partner didn't come, and we were awarded a $100 gift certificate to Tuna Skin. I immediately called him and told him that we have good news and bad news. The good news is we won $100. The bad news is you're only getting 25. You weren't here. So, but anyhow, it was a great time, and it was another great community spirit event that I hope becomes an annual event. And you know, anytime we can bring the people of the town together with something like that, it's tremendous. So Thank you very much. We'll go on to the next item, which is advisory committee items and reports. I see a few advisory members here. Does someone, I think, Steve from Murph?
Yeah, Murph has some.
Passing.
Oh, he
No,
wants.
Murph has some things to bring.
Yes, well, come on up.
That's okay.
Come on up.
Jennifer Russ, there's two of us.
Oh, okay, come on. Yes,
Got
yes.
3 items. And my name's Steve Johnson from Marine Mercer's Task Force Chair
I'm Jennifer Ruska, Murph member.
and Director of our pop-up, Murph pop-up booth. The first subject will be Jennifer with the pop-up booth.
So this is just going to be very brief. I know you have a lot on your agenda. Again, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, town manager, town attorney, and staff. Since the beginning of April, Murph Environmental Pop-Up has popped up over 25 times with over 250 combined volunteer fun and eventful hours. It's been a great source of environmental information for visitors and the community. Pop-up has hosted Southwest Florida Audubon, the Southwest Florida Garden Society, Turtle Time Inc., Friends of Lovers Key, Mound House Docents, Florida Master Naturalists, and other volunteers. We hope to host many other organizations in the future. And what I have come to understand is that when our environment is healthy, tourism and community is healthy. And so we just need to keep up on the good work that we're doing environmentally. And I appreciate your service. And here is Steve Johnson.
Thank you.
Jennifer, she's
Jennifer.
so nervous.
No need to be.
That's right. Well, it's a pretty tough crowd, so. Otherwise, let me be as brief as I can. There's just 2 subjects here. The first one is the straw ban ordinance that was brought to our attention a couple months ago. And I did send an overview of our findings and what the purpose was to look at. But essentially, the current straw, it's a plastic straw ban ordinance that was codified back in 2017. And basically, it was, in essence, no person shall distribute plastic straws within the town. And what we're finding now is that there's some bioplastics that are essentially plastics because of the definition of plastic, which is this, that you can shape or mold it, typically thermodynamically, but 100% biodegradable straws are in fact plastic. So there's a new product that came out on the market. It's polyhydroxyalkanate, but PHA, and it's a 100% marine biodegradable plastic straw. There's other products being used that are being manufactured out of this. But we had a split, really kind of a split vote on this. There were pros and cons for both. And I did provide those to you, but quickly in summary, I think if we were to really draw it down, paper right now, cellulose is marine biodegradable, but not 100%. There's glues that hold the straw together, as well as coatings that are going on many fast food and food service paper products, and even foam products that essentially are fluorinated forever chemicals is what they're called. So through the discussion with Murph, our recommendation was that we did allow that we changed the definition to include products that are 100% marine biodegradable, according to Federal Trade Commission ASTM D6691. A marine biodegradable, so it has to meet that requirement. So there are some pros and cons, and like I said, there was 2 people that weren't voting, so it was a very close, probably one of the most discussed subjects we've had. Some say that the use of paper straws actually reduces the total amount of straws being used because they're so inferior in their performance. Some say that if we have these, again, good, decent straws, that there will be a proliferation and more on the beach. I think the final note that maybe carried the vote was the fact that the beauty of it is that it will completely disintegrate to nothing. No trace left behind. It's actually a food source. The production is a renewable production of this PHA. They actually use fatty acids from bacteria to produce it, which is pretty cool. And so that's a recommendation. And that's something we may want to discuss maybe to MNP, but we'd also be willing to take another look at it as well based on your decisions. Any questions on that?
Did you say that the Fade is the manufacturer of this straw?
Fade is one. Yeah, there are 3 manufacturers. So, and that wouldn't be as part of the ordinance, you know, that it would be Fade or brand name. It would just sort of HA, and that's what this is made of. It's Fade, yeah. And the other point is that they're already all over the island. So people have started to adopt them when in fact they are technically outside the ordinance.
That's PHADE, correct?
PHA, just
PHA,
PHA,
but
yeah.
Fade, the company, is it?
Fade is, yeah, PHADE is
Okay.
the company, yeah. Is actually, yeah, is the brand of the straw.
Thank you.
Distributed by WinCup out of Atlanta, Georgia. Number one, sorry to take so much time. The second, certainly you received the recommendations on the lighting from the review that was done by the Marine Resource Task Force. I think in general, what the Marine Resource Task Force found is that this is certainly more than just a turtle issue, turtle lighting, which maybe brought it to everybody's attention. In fact, it's a quality of life for the island, and we all recognize that the lighting is inappropriate right now on Estero Boulevard, and that what's needed really is a safe, uniform corridor of light down, continuous corridor of light down the boulevard. And right now, you know, there are effects from artificial light. Typically, there is a tendency to over illuminate. White LED lighting, they're so efficient and they're so adjustable and such wonderful products. The tendency is to overlight. In our case, we find that artificial lighting in general affects the ecology, affects human health. It forms really habitat loss for different species. So the question, I think, is amber lighting safe? And obviously, from a regulatory perspective, the FDOT has approved it for wildlife areas of concern. And the question becomes, do we want it to be daytime during the night? You know, do we value our dark skies? Do we want to conserve our environment and our surroundings on this island, potentially differentiating ourselves as a tourist destination, and also improving the ecotourism for the island? So the recommendation is for narrow band LED light all year long. There's no reason to have a redundant system putting out white light. It's a safe solution. And does it make sense to, again, light the evening to the whiteness and the color of day, bleaching out our evening skies? This Treasure Island, I think, is a case study that we'd like to benchmark. There they had the Duke Energy, the local utility, came in. It's almost like the MPO study came through and put up 4K lights through the length of Gulf Boulevard. There was immediate response from residents for light trespass and for loss of quality of life. Immediately, we're able on the side streets to change those to amber. However, Gulf Road took a little bit more time with FDOT. And they were actually the reason there is a wildlife area concern now in regulations to deal with coastal communities that are in that area. They've since put up narrowband amber lights. They've been approved by the FWC, which was the remaining regulatory body really to approve them. And now they're going to continue and install 88 more down Gulf Boulevard. And the response has been good. And there hasn't been a single negative response to the brightness of the light. Any lighting characteristics. Paul, any questions?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your report. Was there a question, Bill?
Well, you know, I just going to kind of reiterate some of the things that Steve was saying. There was a couple of long presentations from Murph about this technology, and there's a lot of distinctions that would be easily to put into an ordinance, not necessarily allowing the FHA, but PHA, but marine biodegradable, because there's like compostable products, but they need certain temperature to break down, which doesn't really exist in a marine environment. But there is a industry, you know, specified term which has some meaning that can be put in an ordinance if town council wants to discuss this on a M&P and move it forward.
Staff hasn't put that wording together yet, but we'll be providing that to you what the recommendation is.
Thank you, Steve, for your report.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Council.
Just tell you that you're bringing up Treasure Island. When the town incorporated, Mayor Saracito will remember this. Treasure Island was held as the example for Fort Myers Beach because of its similarities in size and population and so forth and so on. So we're familiar with Treasure Island. And then the other thing is the town manager was away this past week at a conference, and he's brought back some fixtures that he's going to share with us during his items later on. Okay, I see there's some other members back here from Public Safety, and there's also members from the Audit Committee. Does anybody else want to come up and give a report this morning? John, do you have anything to report?
No, we sent our recommendations.
Very good. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yeah, thanks for that, John.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is approval of minutes. These are the town council meeting of May 3rd, the management planning session of May 6th, and the town council meeting of May 17th.
I have a couple of corrections.
Okay?
On page 7 near the top, I think it's like the 5th line down. It just needs to be reworded. It has the motion carrying before the motion was made, sort of, so it needs to say, a motion to recess was made to address technical difficulties and carried unanimously. That's the first one.
Oh, that's
Page
one of
7.
those ones where you're just letting us know that you read the minutes. I get it. Sorry.
Page 10, town attorney items, it should state the federal court denied the motion to dismiss the lawsuit. It wasn't a motion to dismiss the entire, or a motion, it wasn't a trial on the case anyway. The case is still pending. I wanted to make clear. It should say motion to dismiss. I have no further corrections.
On that day, I have a, kind of an addition on page 8. It just says that, that Member Veach explained why he objected to the project. This is for the Meyer side. And other than have the record be more accurately reflect the reasons why I objected to the project. That was that the town staff was emphatic and consistent with not, this was not consistent with town codes. I said it was it was, would not help preserve the cottages, and it sets a precedent, and none of those are included in the minutes.
Anyone else?
With that, I would move to adopt all 3 sets of minutes as modified.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is presentations.
Wait,
We're gonna,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I noticed that we have the sheriff's department here, but I don't know that they're an agenda item, and I didn't want them to have to sit through everything. Don't
oh,
know.
I thought they came for Dan, but do we
Don't
have
they
a
have
report?
something,
Yes,
they have something to share with
I
us?
thought he was going to speak under citizen comments, but I think it would be great to hear from them.
Captain?
Want to give an update?
Captain Layler, is it your or the lieutenant? Okay, actually, Lieutenant, come on up. Or either one, take your choice.
I know that many of you came out to see Captain Layler. He is the commander of the West District. First of all, thank you all again for letting me come out and speak to you. I'm sorry for the confusion this morning, not being part of the public. I thought there was going to be a point on the agenda. But first, let me just remind you of the update that I gave the last time I was here, reference the 7 months that the Outreach Center was in play down at Times Square. I won't spend spend a lot of your time to recap that, but I will just say that we have had some call and some reach out from various groups that we were dealing with. And here this morning, met some new friends. Eve from Turtle Time, I were discussing that an outreach center at Times Square would give that organization some additional exposure. We're happy to hand out pamphlets of hers along with pamphlets from the Chamber of Commerce. I also want to thank the Vice Mayor for her leadership. Pastor Sean and I did eventually get together, and we think we're going to foster a great relationship with outreach. I don't think many people that even live on this island realize how much outreach is already going out and occurring at that church. I certainly wasn't aware of it. And I'll be completely honest with you, ma'am, I always have been. I wasn't excited about it, but now I'm very excited to be working with Pastor Sean. So thank you for that leadership. And pull me in on the punchline. I do want to talk to you and a little bit about the exposure though. The outreach center out of the beach outreach center, out of the Pastures Outreach Center, will be terrific. It will be 100% of our programs and 100% of our presentations. Without the exposure at Times Square, 100% of nothing is nothing. We feel it's imperative and important that we have that footprint at Times Square, that visibility that you've heard so many people just today ask for. It will be identified as law enforcement. It will be a place, as Sheriff Carmen Marcino incentivizes for people to interact with law enforcement on levels other than simply just a call for service and crime as it be. So I'm asking you today to consider that portion of your property to the right of the bridge as you're looking at the bridge. I understand that FDOT eventually has plans for it, but as you saw with the previous outreach center, we are fluid, we are flexible, and when it comes time to depart in the name of prosperity and get traffic flow improved in that area, we certainly will go gracefully. I won't say that I won't be back here asking for another point, but I'm asking you to please consider that area of land that's currently not being utilized to the right of the bridge for us to use a portable, removable, and certainly identified with your input as well. Outreach center. That outreach center, again, will handle the foot traffic. It will handle the presentation, the awareness of the programs that will then take place down at the outreach center that the pastor is so graciously providing for us. I will tell you that we're currently already working on graphics for recognition at the Pastures Outreach Center, and be happy to show and share those with anybody that would be seeing that. Have any questions for me at this time?
Anybody have questions?
To have a procedural question, Lieutenant, as you may or may not know, on Wednesday, we have a management and planning session at 9 o'clock here at the town council. And one of the agenda items, which I'm thankful for, is the community policing issue. And sometimes the mayor allows folks, we generally don't have folks testify, but it might be helpful if they're here, maybe hear from them on that issue as we have our discussion, but it's up to the mayor to determine that. But I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. So you may want to have someone present here because I'm sure we'll have questions, and at a minimum, you'll want to hear our comments, I think, because I think that community policing
Captain
issue
Layler,
is right. Yep.
Captain Layler is aware of the meeting, so I'll defer that to him.
Thank you.
I would never deny the men in the green an opportunity.
I didn't think you would. Yeah, I didn't think you would.
Okay.
Do we know when the schedule is, when they're going to tear that down and start with the road project the county's going to be?
Councilor Veach, we were hoping to get a update from FDOT, who is leading that effort. Unfortunately, they contacted us somewhat at the last minute to let us know that, and they're requesting a delay to make that presentation to us. So we don't know, but if that's an indication that they've delayed twice just giving us a presentation of where they're at, I would suspect it's not in the immediate future.
I just, because, I must say, I appreciate the value of the outreach center. I hate to see you guys hopping around from one place to another,
I appreciate that as well. If there were a more permanent solution at this time, certainly we would be gracious in accepting that. At this point, I don't want to go too much longer without that visibility down there. Would be actually starting from zero again, which is not the worst case scenario. But the land is available, the portables are available, the wrapping and the identification that go on this portable is fairly quick to produce. And we would like to get back in business, so to speak.
I do know, and looking at a survey when we were doing the planting down there by Palermo, that there is a right-of-way, a pretty good right-of-way on the 7-Eleven side there that it may be possible to carve something out of.
We haven't specifically looked at that, but I could talk to Alan and we could take a look at it.
Absolutely.
It's also a location, and maybe it can be done in a way that doesn't interfere with the 7-Eleven too much.
Certainly, we would be grateful with anything that would be offered. I would say that, again, foot traffic is 80% of what we experienced at our last outreach center. Visibility is paramount. We cannot present the programs we want to make available to the town as far down as the beach, as far down the beach as the Baptist church is. Certainly it'd be a great venue to hold those. We need that visibility in the square area.
Okay,
The county is not interested in sharing.
Lynn Hall.
Yes.
So there is some improvements going on down at Lynn Hall, a lot of construction. There's limited parking down there. At this point, no, they are not. Certainly after they finish their project, which my understanding is 12, 18 months down the road, that would be something they'd be willing to entertain.
They haven't closed the door.
Absolutely zero. They've extended I apologize for the names, at the end of the island.
Outage.
Bowditch, yeah, Bowditch, and the park with the softball fields, well off of
The Oaks.
So we've looked at both of those. It just, it isn't quite as nice as Pastor Sean has offered even, so.
Well, I think on a temporary basis, I mean, that years ago, they had a trailer as a substation. I don't know how often it was manned, but it was right there on the property line between Times Square and Lynn Hall Park. Very visible, very visible. And I'm sure if we spoke with Commissioner Sandelli and the other commissioners, they might be willing to make an accommodation for that location.
I didn't go as high as the commissioners. I did speak to.
You could do that.
Right. Thank you.
We
Yes.
could do that.
I would appreciate that. I would just ask that we move forward, that we don't have to get back to zero and start all over.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Anything to add, Captain? You all done? Okay. All right, we'll move on. Were there any other presentations that I'm not aware of? Okay. Next item is the consent agenda. There are three items. One is the resolution 21-32, repealing our emergency declarations, which were COVID related. The item B is the special event, Dig the Beach Volleyball Series. And item C is the appointments to the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee. If there's no discussion on any of these, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
out of respect for the vice mayor, could I at least get one sentence, just as for the public record, on the Dig the Beach Volleyball Series? Would the town manager just tell us the dates of those for those who might be listening and help publicize this event? If he has a hand, someone, clerk, maybe.
They're in our
For the inter-
packet. They're in the packet. I read it.
In the packet, and of course.
June
once it's
26th and
approved,
27th, July 17th and 18th.
They give a location.
Behind the Wyndham on the
on the
beach.
window.
I have seen that tournament in the past and it's excellent. So for those who are listening, that's a great thing to take your family to and visit.
Council Adderall, just so you understand, when you approve it, then the next thing will happen is our PIO put that information out to the public right immediately after the meeting.
Any further discussion? Any objection? The consent agenda passes unanimously. I've been informed that Mayor Hughes is on his way, so we'll continue on here, and he'll be here shortly, for those of you that have hung in there. Next item is ordinance. We're into our public hearings now. This is ordinance 21-04. Text amendment to the Land Development Code, Section 34-3273, residential uses and setbacks on non-conforming lots, and 34-268, administrative variances. This is an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving an amendment to the Town of Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code, Section 34-268, administrative setback variances, and Section 34-3273, general requirements for residential uses on non-conforming lots, providing for Scrivener's errors and an effective date. This is the second reading. We're going to have a public hearing. Staff, please.
Jason Green, Community Development. Thank you, sir. Basically, it's a cleanup effort to reduce or eliminate conflict within the code related to the setback and height changes that you made a couple months ago. It also takes an authorization to do something under administrative variance and puts it in the actual administrative variance section. It wasn't in there before. That's essentially, in short, what it does. We think it just cleans it up and eliminates a conflict.
Are there any questions for Mr. Green from the council? Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Is there anyone from the public that wishes to address this particular item? Yes, sir.
For the record, we do have proof of publication that this ordinance is properly before you on second reading.
Very good. Hearing no one from the public, we'll bring it back to the council. We're ready to vote, are we not? Roll call vote.
Do we need a
There hasn't
motion?
been a motion.
Is there
Make
a
a,
motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance 21-04, text amendment to the LDC, section 34-3273, residential uses and setbacks on non-conforming lots, and 32-268, administrative setback variances.
34-268.
34-268, corrected.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
Call.
Your roll
Do
call.
a roll call. Councilman Allers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hasselfraz.
Aye.
Mayor Murphy. Aye. Councilman Adderhold. Aye. Councilman Veach.
Aye.
Ordinance carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item is the first reading for ordinance 21-05, Pico franchise agreement. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, granting to Peoples Gas System, Division of Tampa Electric Company, its successors and assigns non-exclusive natural gas franchise agreement to use the public rights-of-way of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and prescribing the terms and conditions under which said franchise may be exercised, making findings, providing an effective date, and repealing prior ordinance. Is there anyone from the staff that's going to speak to this at
Yes,
all?
I will.
Yes, sir.
So this is a sort of a blanket permit for TECO to be able to, as a public utility, put gas lines to serve restaurants and other residences through the town's rights of way. In exchange for that, they, rather than pay on a permit by permit basis, they do it by a franchise fee. A franchise fee agreement covering a particular term. In exchange for the franchise payment, we commit to provide them with a written authorization, a permit for them to do those installations within a certain number of days. In terms of the financial compensation, it's on par with other municipalities and guaranteed to keep pace should it be raised at a subsequent municipality. We will be entitled to the same increase if there is one in the future during whatever term the council elects as appropriate. TECO has requested a 30-year term, and they've requested 10 business days for processing of their permits. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer that. And if you'd like a recommendation on those terms, I'd be happy to provide that.
The agreement extends down through the length of the island? Yes.
They currently have service throughout the island, or is it just?
No, but it's a town-wide franchise, so.
Going to make a lot of people happy on the island.
Well, it's not mandating that they install gas lines. They have the right to do it. And in exchange of a sort of a non-permit by permit payment basis, they can come in, get an authorization. As I said, the document says 10 days, and they can install it. So they're sort of paying it for the privilege of being for an expedited permit for a specific period of time.
It's a percentage, right? Until they install it, it's 6% of nothing. Roger, the 10 days, is that a viable goal? Is that something that, or are we setting ourselves up for a disaster potentially?
Well, I would be more comfortable with 14 council hours. I don't know if the 4 days would dramatically harm them. But with holidays and someone else coming in with an emergency or something, I think the extra 4 business days would help us. Longer days, I should.
And then with the 30 years, I mean, that's buying a house with this company. It seems like an awful long time. Would that be your recommendation, or would you prefer?
My recommendation would be to have this item is not a difficult item in terms of the staff and the council to deal with. I would suggest that, 10 years is a good time to reevaluate what we're doing and how they're doing.
Maybe by then there'll be another gas company.
I would ask, does this mean they're going to tear up the road?
No, I don't believe they would. Again, this is not a spur of new gas line installation per se. This is pretty much the same amount of work they've been doing in the past, but again, what they're willing to do is sort of get a blanket permit for a period of time for a set fee with a set performance criteria from the town, so that to the extent that they do have to do work, or they desire to do work, that, we wouldn't be an impediment.
Will there be an opportunity on second reading to hear from the utility itself?
You can invite them in, sir.
I think that would be excellent, because then we could get a sense as to what their hopes and aspirations are for the island, what their concerns are with respect to length of contract. Obviously, they're going to be investing in a significant infrastructure investment, but at the same time, we're going to want quality controls to make sure if things aren't going well, we've got some alternatives at our disposal. So I think hearing from the utility would be really helpful. I think we don't often hear from the gas company. I don't know if we ever have, but I think it'd be great to hear from them and get a better sense of what their vision is for our island. I think it'd be informative to the public too, to see what kind of opportunities there are down the line, at least from the utilities perspective.
You can invite them.
I'll tell you that I've dealt with Tico Gas for years, since they've been here in Florida. That line first came down with some properties that I look after down in Naples. And they're excellent. They're excellent. An excellent vendor. They're an excellent utility. We've had the slightest of issues, they've been on it right away, and I've been nothing but satisfied with them over the years. Would expect nothing less here. That's just my own personal experience with them. We'll open it up to public comment. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Any ladies anxious to cook with gas? I know a lot of northerners are coming down here constantly looking to cook with the gas.
Or men.
Or men. Great chefs that they are. Okay, hearing none, we'll close that for now and schedule this for a second hearing, second reading and final adoption on August 2nd.
We need a motion to vote to get it to the.
Let's do that. Let's have a motion to move it on to the next.
I move to schedule this ordinance for a second hearing and final adoption on August 2nd, 2021 at 9 a.m. And that would be ordinance number 21-05.
Second.
Move and second it. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, based on the manager's suggestions, do we want to change the wording for the next reading to hear from the company to see if they're in line with that suggestion or not, or keep it as is?
I'd be happy to change it to 10 years and 14 days. The
That's
next reading.
what I have marked, and we'll do it, and they can always change it to something different on second reading.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing no objection, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the administrative agenda. The first item there is the fiscal year 2020 audit report. This is our annual report. It's been prepared by Malden and Jenkins, and it's been, after a lengthy process, it has been presented to the audit committee, and it's now being presented to us as the town council. Discussion on this?
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, I don't know if you want to ask, there's a couple of members of the audit committee here. I don't know if they want to say anything or not.
I see. No?
I do have a couple of questions. if
No.
you,
Of the members of the?
Well, maybe the audit committee, or is the auditor here?
Well, the auditor is going to be, our man is supposed to be on Zoom right now. Is that correct?
I'm finding out if he's here.
Okay, well, in the meantime, go ahead, Bill. We'll try to get him.
The question is, some of the material deficiencies that were pointed out, are any of those continue from last year? Any of those persist last year? Are these different?
Well, what I can tell you is the number of journal entries was cut in half from last year to this year. Obviously, our goal is to reduce those to the smallest possible number possible. Those are created when we we have an invoice or something that comes in after the end of the fiscal year, but is attributed to the prior fiscal year. That generates, we're moving from cash from the current year back, expense from the current year back to that prior fiscal year. We need to press our vendors and contractors and consultants to get their bills on a timely basis. And to the extent that there are issues with their bills that need to be reconciled, that we do that timely so that that process does not persist. And that's the primary reason why we have those journal entries, because it goes a year till all those invoices are accounted for. So, with respect to what we can do, I think that my conversation with the auditor on site, who was signed by the firm to come here and the audit and did the actual field visit here to the town of Fort Myers Beach. After she completed her work, I asked her, she asked me a couple of questions, but I asked her a couple of questions specifically that we improved from last year. And she said, most definitely, this was much better. The information was gotten to her, excuse me, gotten to her earlier, and it was cleaner. And she was happy with the progress that we were making, if I would put her terms into my work.
Now, there were one place it was mentioned about a problem with internal controls. Is that involved, or is it?
I'll have to refresh my memory as to that comment.
It was pretty vague, but it said it was one of the material deficiencies.
Well, no, so I will say this, we have we have installed a new software system, and we use a three-part process for purchasing. So we have either a purchase order or a contract. We have an invoice, and we have a packing slip or receipt. And people don't get paid without those three things being in place. So, I understand their comment, but I don't understand their comment, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, because it just, it's on page 53, and it says, we identified several issues with the town's accounts payable balances as of year end as part of the internal control.
As part of the year end was that issue of the invoices that came in after.
Yeah.
So with that clarification.
It looks like, just trying to add through the numbers, that some of these look like just like money was put in the wrong bucket. Numbers add up, but they're just like went from one category to another.
Right.
Correct.
Exactly what happened.
Thank you, Roger.
Sir.
Is the auditor available
Television right there.
on phone?
Oh.
Craig, are you with us?
Yeah, he's here.
Craig's not the auditor. Craig is
Oh, that's Wade. Wade, who is the external auditor.
Wade, are you with us this morning?
I think we just need to turn the volume up.
Hold on 1 second, Wade.
I'm going to turn the volume up. Craig is on as well. Oh,
Yeah, I'm interested in Wade. Thank you.
Hey, Craig.
Check my sanity. Thank you.
that's him.
You can hear us.
Hi. Name's working on it right now, Craig. Thank you.
Yeah, give us a.
If we see him and not hear him, can he sign language or do interpretive dance or something?
Ask for.
Gonna make a motion.
Okay. Can you hear him okay?
It's better.
we go.
It's gonna be really loud.
Gentlemen, I think we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
It's Wade.
Let's wait.
Wade,
Yes.
Wade, good
Can
morning.
you all hear me
Good morning, Wade.
now? Good morning.
Sounds like there's a little bit of a delay here, so I'll try to convey this. Wade,
All right, I'm gonna mute, I've got the YouTube video going on as well as the Zoom meeting. I'm gonna mute one of these because there's some background.
Mute the YouTube.
So.
Good. Can you hear
I'm not
us?
sure if I'm gonna be able to hear you all now, but I just wanted to answer the first question that was asked. Last year, there were actually 3 findings, I think 2 of which were carried forward from previous years. All of those were corrected this past year. The 2 that are mentioned, the one on capital assets and accounts payable, those are new, so those are not repeated from prior years.
Wade, this is Jim Adderhold. I have a question for you. I watched the audit committee meeting that approved the audit. And one of their concerns was, by the way, we have probably one of the most experienced audit committees in the state of Florida. And I would ask you, they were very concerned that you or your firm was not present at the audit committee meeting, or at least available by phone, as has happened in previous years. And I'm curious as to why you were not at the audit committee meeting or available by phone. And will you make sure you're there next year, either in person or by phone, preferably in person?
Absolutely. Anytime, just like today, if we're asked to attend a meeting, we certainly do so. I think we were made aware of a board meeting, but we were not asked to attend at that time.
Wade, do you have there was discussion by the audit committee of the need of a full-time finance director. Do you have any recommendations for the town for the finance director position and/or how the finance division is organized for the town of Fort Myers Beach?
For the town for the finance director position and/or how the finance division is organized for the town of Fort Myers Beach?
Well, absolutely. Basically, the town lost a very good accountant right at the end of the year. So I think you all were a little short-staffed this year, certainly during the audit process, which I think led to the 2 issues that we noted. And certainly having a full-time finance director that can help and assist, help to review all of the activity, all of the actions that take place on the town, really throughout the year, throughout on a month-to-month basis, that certainly would help you all be better prepared for the overall audit at the end of the year, and certainly be able to provide more up-to-date, more accurate information to the board for you all to make decisions, better decisions each and every month. So certainly being able to fulfill the finance director position, a full-time finance director position, someone that can really have a good, strong hold over all of your operations, I think that would be a very, very good thing. Certainly, we'll have to weigh those benefits with the cost that it may involve, but certainly I would absolutely be in favor of you all having a full-time finance director that could help oversee the accounting department. And certainly that would make the overall audit process go much smoother, and I think be a lot better for the town as a whole.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for being with us this morning via Zoom.
Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Calling from Mars.
Okay, we can disco this for now. That's done.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, technology great? As luck would have it, that's what we're going to be discussing next. Do we need a motion to accept the, we do?
I'd move to accept the fiscal year 2020 audit report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
Just minor thing, since you brought up the technology, I think it would be important that in the future that they are actually in here to talk to us in person. That we've had a year to get this resolved, and we're still dealing with what we just dealt with. People in the public that aren't here, it becomes very difficult for them to hear or understand what he says. And this is a very important item that I think their presence would be beneficial to everyone.
Agree with you. Okay, any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. We're going to pause here for a moment. I've been informed that Mayor Hughes is here, so we're going to go out of order here. I'm going to sit down here and speak with the mayor and then resume the meeting afterwards. Test.
That for you?
Sorry, I'm late. Had a little accident.
I want to know how you got such a good-looking escort.
Johnny Carson.
My button's over it. Right away with the jokes, right away with the joke. He's always on fire, this guy. It's been a big couple of weeks for you. You had your birthday last week. Neighbors put on a tremendous party for you. You had your family and friends there. Is Dan's son here? Is Philip here? Is down visiting. Daughter Dana had some oral surgery this morning. She couldn't make it. And Michael was with various and sundry grandchildren, and so there's plenty of comings and goings at the Hughes house. Where does one start here? Ann was called upon early in this town's formation. We're no sooner seated on the council, and we had to form these various groups. And a one of the original council members, Ed Fitzsimons, heard about this hotshot lawyer from Chicago that knew a lot of work about municipal work and so forth, and banking, and it's enough to get us into trouble. And he recruited Dan heavily, and we were thrilled to have him accept the offer to serve on this LPA, which of course he excelled at. And then, not too long afterwards, into into the council's tenure, that particular councilman had to resign from the council. And the logical appointment for that spot was Dan. So Dan was appointed to the council, finished that term, and then subsequently was elected to his own term, re-elected, and served honorably for most of that time as mayor. I'm pretty sure in saying that Dan is the longest serving mayor in the history of the town of Fort Myers Beach. He's popular. He's been known to say, depending on who's in his company, that he'll refer to me, if it's just he and I, as the second best mayor of the town of Fort Myers Beach. He's fond of saying, or if it happens to be Anita that day, then Anita is the second best mayor in the town of Fort Myers Beach. But be that as it may, and then afterwards, when his elected time was ended, he continued on with the town. I mean, most people would have just taken a little time off and go about their business and so forth. Dan didn't do that. He continued to serve, and you'd think a guy like this, who, with all the reading that he does, would have read the manual where it says that we have a mandatory retirement at 90. But he must have missed that part. But could be because he keeps going. And not only he just recently resigned his chairmanship on the audit committee, but I don't recall him resigning from the committee. He also still serves on the local planning agency, the very committee that he helped found in its infancy. So there's a lot to be thankful for, and Dan played a huge part in the formation in the history of this short history of this small town. So you can, anytime you want to talk about that humility part, but anyhow, believe me, he'll have his chance to speak. So I was, on a personal note here, I was honored 20 years ago in these very chambers. It was when I stepped down from my 6 years on council. Mayor Hughes at the time presented me with a proclamation thanking me for my years of service and wishing me well in the future. Here we are. I get to repay the favor. So that's what we're going to do today. This is the Town of Fort Myers Beach Proclamation in recognition of Daniel L. Hughes. Whereas Mayor Daniel L. Hughes has been a champion of the Town of Fort Myers Beach for more than 25 years. And whereas Dan has served in several capacities during his tenure with the town, including the original local planning agency, being instrumental in formulating the comprehensive plan and land development code. And whereas Dan has served honorably on town council as a council member, vice mayor, and mayor. And whereas Dan is a charter member of the Friends of the Mound House, having served on its board of directors and actively supported and participated in its fundraising activities. And whereas Dan's financial contributions in honor of his late wife, Anne, the Friends of the Mound House helped to create the entire Case living room. And whereas financial stability and security of the town's future has been in capable hands with Dan at the helm of the audit committee. And whereas Dan has remained a faithful Yale University Bulldog throughout his post-undergraduate years, instructing former town council and staff members of the Yale fight song and cheer. All together, Bulldog, Bulldog, bow, wow, wow. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, that we hereby express to Dan our heartfelt appreciation for his devoted years of service to our community. Forevermore, in the annals of the history of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, the name Daniel L. Hughes will be found often and never forgotten. Given under my hand and seal of the office of the mayor, the 7th day of June, 2021, Raymond P. Murphy, Mayor. Surprisingly, he wants to say something.
During the night, I had a brilliant speech all prepared, but I forgot what it was going to be. Well, you mentioned bulldog, bulldog, bow, bow, wow. A lot of people don't realize that rather a song was composed by none other than Cole Porter, Yale class of 1913. Well, Ray, I'm deeply honored by this, and I appreciate it very much. And things that we've accomplished that couldn't have been accomplished without the help of so many dedicated other public servants I've served with over the years, including yourself, way back when in the original council, and Nita, John Gucciardo, our manager, assistant manager, Marcia Single George, and as I said, Anita. And then I see other faces in this room I served with. Eddie Simpson was on the original LPA with me, one of the original members. The president of the Friends of the Mound House, Jim Steele. All sorts of wonderful people here that Steele Schuler, also a charter member of Friends of the Mound House. Anita back there. And in more recent years, on the LPA with Dan and Jim, we both were on the LPA together for a while before you guys went on to the town council. And then Rick San had the dubious function of being the liaison to our exhilarating audit committee meetings. Ray is now the liaison too, but I'm saying these things couldn't have been accomplished without the help of any dedicated citizens of this community over the years, serving in various capacities. Accomplished a lot in those early days. The help of your council, acquired the Mound House, the Newton property, the submerged land lease enable us to put in the mooring from the governor, allowing us to mooring fields. Even served on cell cab for a little while. I'm back on the LPA. Jane Plummer, and longer time member of the LPA. I think you're the longest serving member of that. So thank you for this. Yes, Ray. Thank all of you for what you've also done for the community.
the thanks all go to you, Dan. So we'll take a picture with the council and,
Here, just in case. Could stand behind you and they wouldn't see me. Here.
smile. Take a 10-minute break here. Everybody stand up.
well done.
Thank you,
Yes.
thank you, thank you, thank you for allowing us that. Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. It's 10:42.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question while the Turtle folks are still here, and folks may be watching today, expecting a briefing on the lighting situation, and I just wanted to yield to the town manager for an update on that particular issue. Folks can plan ahead. Yep.
Thank you, sir. Talked with the lighting consultant last week, and they informed me that they were intending to come here to basically share with the council what the respective committees submitted in form of a recommendation, the results of the survey format that they had sent out to the committees for the committees to fill out. And they thought that the committee members would do that individually. The committees elected to do that collectively, so it was basically a committee-supported recommendation. And I explained to them that council was copied on those recommendations by the respective committees, so you're well aware of what they recommended. And what we really needed them to do is take that input and begin diligently and expeditiously working on formulating their recommendation back to the town. And once they think they have that, to come tell you what it is, and the committees what it is, so that you could then hear that and then say, you're on the right track, you're on the rough track, or, we've got some new information, have you considered this, or whatever the case may be. But to come here just for the purpose of sharing what the committees voted in the way of input wasn't really productive, since you already had that information.
I appreciate that. For those who might be waiting to hear that's very helpful. And I thought I heard that maybe the clerk say during the break that this group may be available for questions at the M&P meeting on Wednesday.
So we asked them to try to hold that up for a possible Zoom meeting, in the event that the council then said today, well, we don't care, we still want to talk to them. So, if that's your pleasure, we will ask them. It will probably be a Zoom appearance, but we could ask them to participate on Wednesday.
I don't want to digress from the agenda, but I think that would be great. I'll let my colleagues speak for themselves.
Okay, the next item is audio and visual upgrades. This is to allocate additional funding and approve the purchase of up to $283,550 of audio and visual equipment upgrades to the town council chambers. Are we going to have a presentation, Roger?
We are.
We are. Yes, come on up, sir.
So, it's no secret to anybody that we've been trying to work on upgrading various components of the council audio video system, and of course our connections to the internet and all of that. And what I'm gonna say, piecemeal approach is not working the way we had hoped. So we thought the best thing to do was go with a comprehensive review out to other municipalities who have systems that we think would be cutting edge. And we brought an individual in who is very knowledgeable about that to brief you on what is needed and what it would take. See if you're supportive of moving forward with basically a total rehab. Is that correct, Amy?
That's correct.
So the piecemeal thing you're talking about is like when we replace these microphones?
Correct, and we have components, individual components that have reached their service life. So it's thing that we're about to go on break, and to really replace everything would have to be done sort of during the summer, July. This is, this would be our opportunity to get the wiring in or whatever else we need to get in to support a new system. So that's why it's on the agenda for today.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Town Manager, city members, Madam Clerk. My name is Antonio Correa. I'm the principal at Bonita Video LLC. We have 25, 30 years of experience. I think 30 because keep adding in personnel to our consulting. And we might have been involved in every installation around Southwest Florida, one way or another. We just completed Bonita Springs Chambers, which was a completely overall, as you know. They decided to renovate the entire building. There was no building for almost 4 months. Recently, we have return to the city chambers, first meeting with the new equipment. Second. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's not perfect yet. For tweaking, but those things are perfectly natural when you have new equipment. I was approached by the town of Fort Myers Beach to locate and identify some areas of improvement over here. Like the manager explained, some pieces of equipment have a life expectancy, and it's basically time to identify those needs and upgrade them. Of course, every municipality has different needs. Not going around Naples, Lee County, Collier County, Bonita, Estero, and find the same thing. All have a lot in common in terms of what they are trying to achieve, but the components they are using depending on budget and personal identifiable needs per council. An example, some council people like to have a gooseneck microphone. Others prefer a lapel microphone. Others prefer a standalone microphone. So those things have to be addressed to make sure that the council, when they return to the chambers, see something that they can feel comfortable with and provide your taxpayers with the output that you expect to reflect. So I'm here today to basically answer any of your questions. It's a quite extensive list of upgrades, if you will. And like I said, you don't have to take everything else, but like the town manager was saying, it's much, in the long run, I strongly recommend that you see this as an investment to the future to make sure you address all the needs that the future is going to bring sooner or later. The pandemic was definitely one major reason for a lot of municipalities to upgrade their facilities. It was late. They acknowledged that they were not prepared. And everybody kind of rushed into it. Even today, there are pieces of equipment that a lot of municipalities are asking for that are not available because of the backlog. Manufacturers are trying to build the pieces basically as the orders come, because some of them are very expensive. We're talking about some pieces that cost about $30,000. They cannot have that in stock. Order a procurement request, actually place that order there. That's backlog. But you have the list in front of you. I assume if there's something there that you would like me to be a little more specific about, I'll be pleasure.
Antonio, if you would, of this $283,550, can you give us a quick, brief overview of what that would entail as far as what equipment, TVs, kind of go through basically what it would get us and what you'd be replacing?
Absolutely. So this installation that you have over here is, Amy, please correct me if I'm wrong, 7 years old. So you are still working on a mixture of analog inputs. There are already some SD serial standard definition inputs. Mostly it's an analog operation that you have over here. So pipe can go so far, but you actually go to the public at home. So the overall plan would include replacing pretty much everything. Getting rid of these cameras, giving you HD cameras, higher definition cameras, getting you a whole Ethernet component, SDI video, serial digital interface video, which has a much bigger pipe to I use the expression pipe, forgive me, is to make have more viewership. You can have more people can tap into this input from several sources, internet, cable, even wireless video. You have all this ability to supply your feed vast array of audience, whatever you decide, internet or even just audio. Like Sanibel doesn't want to have video. They prefer to have audio. It's the only municipality in Southwest Florida that does not do video, but they do have an internet connection just in case in the future they decide to go with that
What are
component.
they hiding over there, Antonio? Tell us. What are they hiding?
Absolutely nothing, sir. They just, there was never, this always goes with the will of the taxpayers. But the taxpayers come and say, we'd like to have this, please consider it. council will discuss it and they find that there's a reasonable request, they usually address that very, very quickly. In that case, about doesn't have that request. They said, you know what, we find the way we are. That's why one of the reasons that I want you to look at this proposal and identify the needs that serve you. I'm happy to tell you about how other municipalities are working along. Ultimately, it'll have to be up to you at what you want to do, what's your goal in the long run. So to answer your question, we're talking about replacing the video cameras, replacing all the wiring that you have over here. So once it becomes serial digital interface, everything needs to be networked. And that's the big deal. You want all the components of your video and audio infrastructure to be connected. Network, like, we don't have to anything else about this. We all know that we need integration. That's all part of the system. Even for the operator over there, you're looking at a one-person operation. But back in my day, we had like 5 people. One will do cartridge generator, the other one will do the cameras, the other one will do the audio. I mean, you all are aware of a situation like that. Here we have Jason doing everything, and if something goes wrong, he'll have to step out of there and come and help out and do something else. So integration will facilitate addressing every area of need immediately. Imagine, for instance, that Jason or Amy are sick, they're not here. How are you going to do a council meeting without an operator over here? Well, if you had an integrated solution, you could probably do it from home. Actually have a system that will allow a control, maybe having somebody over here just to oversee, make sure that things are turned on, so to speak, and have somebody on a remote location actually operating your system. That is possible.
Since you're on that, not to interrupt, sorry to interrupt, but what we saw today, the YouTube and the latency and the delay, would this system talking about cure that? Would it still be through a YouTube platform, or would it be through a town-owned platform
My
to eliminate that?
recommendation is to drop YouTube immediately. The reason is YouTube is a free service. Like every situation, you get what you pay for. If YouTube tomorrow does not exist anymore, you're cut off. There's no way you can broadcast your meeting anymore. You can record them and then post them later. You should have your dedicated server no matter what. Don't depend on third parties. Arrow, for instance, has decided to contract with a service from Atlanta called Earth Channel. They have their own dedicated server, and it's always on or always at the meetings. They can have it on 24/7. You can have it on only when the meetings take place. It's your decision. You decide what gets out of the chambers, in which conditions, and most importantly, who's controlling it, deciding what's in and what's out. Now, I'll talk about public record. Public record is gavel in and gavel out, as you know. So those things are not affected ever. Nobody can come to you and say, hey, this meeting was cut off. You can't. It's public record. It's from gavel in, gavel out. When I talk about control, it's about quality of control. Good. Is the audio good? Is the information that we're providing according to our code of conduct, our protocols, our ordinance, that the way we want to pass on the image of the town of Fort Myers Beach? If it is, on the same page. Those are the components that need. So, Zoom, as you've seen, is also a third party. It's very popular because, well, it's free, up to 40 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And if you want to do a little longer, you pay for an annual contract and everybody's happy. It is a third party. One day Zoom goes off, there are at least half a dozen other services that you can do and emulate the same thing. They're not as user-friendly, that's why Zoom is so popular, but they work. They still have no control over that. It's still something that belongs to a third party. I'm not going to suggest that you should have your own Zoom interfaces and companies over here to control. You don't have to do that. We are 3 steps above what you actually need. An investment that, in my opinion, is not necessary at this time. But all these components have at least to be integrated on what you already have. Looking Zoom, we look at Zoom as another camera. That's how I want you to look at it. You'll be just another camera. Instead of having a camera here, the camera is at home or in a remote location or whoever is participating in that meeting. That way I want you to look at it. It's nothing different from that. Audio, same thing. Delay, there might be always a little delay, depending even on distance. Imagine you have somebody from Germany on Zoom participation. There'll be a little bit of a delay. It's not going to be substantial if you have everything, every piece integrated. Today was a perfect example has its drawbacks because you have a microphone picking up from a computer, picking up from the air, picking up. There's too many things that can go wrong at the same time. You want that feed to be connected straight into your input over there, in your switcher. Switcher will treat that feed as it treats a regular camera, as it treats a regular microphone. No different from anything. So we're talking about wiring. To basically, like the town manager said, we need to remove the entire wiring system and replace it with brand new system, wiring system. High cables, what you call internet cables, everything needs to be rerouted. Fortunately, you already have the piping in place. So we already know where we go from. There's already a dedicated space over there. So that's actually a lot of time saving. NIDA, for instance, had decided to move from one location where the control rooms were into a completely different room. That took the whole redesign of how the operation is going to work like. But it's there, it's working, everything is fine, a little tweak here and there, but it will work. So summarize, integration and pretty much replacing every single piece of audio video equipment that you have over here.
You had a chance to take a look at the network setup in here. Is that not within this scope? Because at times it feels that I'm waiting for a dial tone to be able to search anything. If you need to look up something quickly, whether it be the comprehensive plan or something from your phone, it seems like by the time you find it, the meeting's over.
Yeah, I believe I know what you're talking about. Most municipalities have their IT department working very closely with the audio video chambers. Not necessary. It's not something that you have to have. That integration at the human level can solve a lot of problems. That delay that you mentioned sometimes could be just a bad feed, could just be a bad connection. You know, if somebody's calling from home, say, hey, the YouTube is too low, or this is too low, what's going on? Sometimes it's their problem. Sometimes it's they refresh the browser. That will solve the problem immediately. Sometimes it's their own little mini speakers from the computer that they bought maybe 10 years ago that are not as good. But there's an array of situations that can identify the problem, you know. A bad service call, you know. I like Verizon, my wife prefers Sprint, not no longer Sprint. But she's always complaining she the same service as I have. So, I'm like, what are you waiting for? Well, you know, and I'm
Council Allers? Tony, excuse me a second. Council Allers, are you asking, I want to be sure we're addressing your question. Are you asking that the wireless that serves the chambers, that when you're trying to look up something in the course of a meeting needs to be a little bit more robust? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you know, I look around, I don't really see like any access points or
All
anything.
right, so we'll either work on that as part of this item or have our IT consultant address that.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to monopolize all the time here. I just, you know, when it's a pretty big number. And when you start dialing into it, you see 30,000 of it is removal and disposal of old stuff. What happens to that stuff? I mean, are we talking, I mean, these are very expensive TVs. Are these going away and new ones coming back in? Why don't they fall within the same thing we do with vehicles? If they be replaced, they go out for bid to somebody.
Well, the first thing would be to repurpose them. So, you know, if we can for different things. And then if we can't, then we would do our normal state and town ordinance procedures for disposing of surplus property, which is by bid.
Just in closing, for me, the most important thing is making sure that this works, that people get to see and hear us. Not everybody likes to come in here. Not everybody can come in here. And as we've obviously all seen with COVID, a lot of things are moving to Zoom. We saw what happened today. To replace that, the least amount of product necessary is kind of what I would lean to, because as you well know, technology changes. The minute you take it out of the box, it's already outdated. So to spend a huge amount of money on something that we're going to be having a discussion again in 5 to 10 years doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Totally correct. And that's why, you know, having a vision for the future is so it's dramatically important.
And as much as I agree, I think that too, you know, sooner or later, you got to bite the bullet and go with the newer technology. You know, you can always wait because next year something better is coming out, but So lady, you gotta go with it. But I do agree, that the most complaints I have heard about people not being picked up on the microphone. And it doesn't matter how much bandwidth you have, they're not being picked up on the microphone, it's not going anywhere. Right? Now you talked about supply issues. Is that going to interfere with the timeline that we have to have everything up and running by the 1st of August?
Like the town manager said, the sooner you place the order, the less the risk. As this equipment is backlogged. But if you place an order, they also going to say, okay, we have people asking me for this particular product, but I haven't received the PO yet. So they have a PO, you're the first one in line. That's who you're going to be addressed. Usually you would work with an installation company that already has the contacts with the manufacturer. So you don't contact the manufacturer directly. You don't want to do that kind of worms because they're going to place you really at the end of the list. These people who want it. You want to go with the installation services, the person that already has that personal phone call and say, okay, we're ready. Here's the PO. You're going to get it in 15 seconds. And you immediately on the top of the list. The sooner you can make a decision about what your needs are, the quicker the town manager can contact an installation service, and the sooner you speed up the process.
How did it work with Stero and Benita recently? Supply.
There was, in terms of timeline, I can tell you the PO for Bonita was placed February, March, April, May. The installation was done already started in March, April. So it was finding the right window. There was a little unusual because Bonita was a full building renovation. So sometimes we had to wait for the air conditioning people to finish, the windows people to finish, the painting people to finish. I mean, there were a lot of pieces, as you can imagine. Stero was much quicker because it's a much smaller operation. It was just one control room, the chambers. I'm not sure if you before. It's a much smaller room. There was not so much of a need of planning infrastructure.
That would be similar to what we're talking about.
Just there, okay? But even if Xero identified once the pandemic hit that they needed Zoom services integrated with the audio video signal, which was not part of the there was a need to buy a new piece of equipment. The department of Bonita the same thing. And when they liked so much what the Xero did, they adopted the same thing.
Mr. Mayor, and I think the questioning is, will it absolutely be done 100% for the first meeting in August? And the answer is probably not, but the disruption to the room part will be done while you're on vacation. And then as the other pieces of equipment come in, they'll be integrated, and that may roll into August or September possibly, depending upon delivery dates. But we'll stay up and running the entire time. But the, stuff where we have to disturb the room physically, we want to get that done in July if you decide to proceed.
That was kind of my question. I assumed that we wouldn't have it completed by then, but as long as there was a continuity of, as it is, continuity, but as long as we're not shut off completely from the public.
You get a point of no return, right? If you pull all the old wires out and put all the new wires in, then you really can't use the old system anymore.
I can tell you a very similar situation happened in Bonita. They were like, okay, what? No, we still have to have city meetings and meetings and zoning meetings. What are we going to do? And we have to adopt the social distancing thing. What are we going to do? They actually decided to buy a whole remote package and have the meetings at Parks and Recreation Gymnasium. So we actually had a whole setup. It cost about $3,000 of the entire operations into of Parks and Rec. Looked like a charm, but it was an investment that in the long run was cheaper than hiring a company and basically hiring and renting audio video equipment for the amount of meetings that they have for the following 3-4 months.
You'd like to avoid that.
So
Yeah.
but
I
they
mean,
have
is
to
there,
because they were the decision. We need to have these meetings, in a space that is big enough to accommodate the public and the council, social distance.
but I guess what we're getting at is there like a parallel operation while you're installing the new? Is the old still operating, or, I mean,
Like the town manager said, those are things that can be rolled on, like impact over here with the wiring, removing everything in the wiring, putting the video and the audio.
Huh.
That will be like the first phase.
okay,
While this is happening, there's another team already in a switcher device over there, adopt the new SCI signals. And there will be, okay, we also want closed captions. Oh, no, now we also want a character generator. Now we also want this. Those things can be added as we go along. But
We have basically 6 weeks for all intents and purposes to get the heavy stuff done. And we understand that the output to cable TV needs to continue. The output to YouTube needs to continue while we're doing this reconstruction, transformation of the audio visual system. So we may have a case, for example, where a new wire and an old wire are in a conduit, and we may, clip the ends of the wire connections and pull it out in August, but it'll be there. Make sure we have service in August.
I'm glad you brought up the closed captioning. I noticed that in here. Maybe this is a question for John. Is there a legal requirement to provide closed captioning on any, because you don't see it on the YouTube, but I saw there's a $29,000 line item on there that if it's required, it's required.
It's required.
It's in the report the council authorized to have analysis of our ADA compliance townwide. And among the numerous recommendations, that's one of them.
Could you go through the additional add-on items and what they bring?
you want to go one by one?
Yeah, the first one says smart podium.
Okay, smart podium. Smart podium, we're talking about having actually a whole multimedia station at the podium. If you presenter brings a flash drive, he wants to use this flash drive. Another one brings an SD card. Another one wants just a flyer. I remember the public brought a flyer that he wants to show. You already have that system in place, but you need a full integrated solution. Not only that it's controlled by the operator over there or the clerk, you decide who's going to make that control. But you want something that is audio. You're going to address the audio needs. You're going to address the ADA needs also. Make sure it's a podium that it's they can audio needs also. Think of it as a small station in itself, where all the presentations and all the addresses to the members of the council can be made from.
When someone brings in a flash drive, then instead of having Amy run over here and put it in the computer and hook the computer up to the TV, it would just, they plug it in there.
Plug and play.
And is that secure? Is there?
That's a very important part. Usually municipalities, we have that presentation go first through the clerk to identify, any, actually for correction of terms, make sure that you're addressing and you're not bringing anything the clerk read and saw beforehand. All those are part of the security concerns that the multimedia station will have, like even we'll have a firewall installed on that multimedia station with another layer of security. Just going to allow somebody coming from the street and hey, I got a flash drive. Not going to happen, You do have the ability, even a council member say, I have something over here that I can, brought something that for the moment wants to be part of it, That can be the laptops in your desks can be connected to that laptop and make presentations directly from there.
And what about the bulletin board?
Bulletin board. So as I understand right now, again, please correct me if I'm mistaken, your signal, like for this council meeting, goes through the city of Fort Myers phone number 98. Every time you have a meeting, you basically bypass whatever Fort Myers is showing and you show your meeting. Then once your meeting is done, then the signal returns to Fort Myers. It will be much easier for you to have your own control of that situation, not bypassing anybody, just having your own feed. Comcast can provide you with that service because it's service of your community. You say, listen, I would like to have our own channel. Why can't we have our own channel? The conversation that can had. A lot of things change. There are other providers, Hotwire, Summit, CenturyLink. They all have their own terms. the principle is always the same. You have to ask for it. If you have something in place, then what you show when you're not showing meetings, usually the municipalities have what's called a bulletin board. So something that will provide information about the community. We have a meeting, we have an event, the total time starts here and ends there. And that is running on a circle, on a wheel, we call a wheel 24/7, that is interrupted. So you have the meetings so far. Also want to have the meetings rebroadcast again on that channel. Then you would have another add-on, what's called the playback system. Nothing more than a matrix. Identify which day of the week, which time of that day, that meeting to play again. Have that as a
Oh, I
regular
see.
scheduling, you know?
You do reruns of the meetings.
Exactly.
And you could also put any kind of media on there, so we could have promotional videos play. or
Anything, as long as the council sanction it, as long as it's part of the plan of what the city wants to show, like you're not going to accept anything commercial, accept anything that is selling services or lottery services or fundraisings of things that you really want to be, associated with. You would have to create a very clear protocol of what is allowed and what is not.
We already have something that runs in the lobby.
Yes,
Right.
We've already got something we could use.
yes.
That's kind of the idea. So that has like layers and.
Only this.
Announcements.
I mean, you could go as far as to create content if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the next sort of step forward, perhaps after we take this baby step forward, we would then even consider having content. Things like outside of the meeting, but just like things similar, like the conversation that the mayor had with Dan Hughes or other things of that nature that might be of community interest. So that would be after we get through this phase, we can think about whether we want to have Dexter or someone else start trying to create some content for us.
So just, if I could, just so I'm clear on this point, we could basically go over, friendly term, Channel 98 and have it be a Fort Myers Beach
Correct, sir.
station, assuming we had the content criteria to meet.
You don't have to have the content. There is legislation, and I can actually give you a little more specifics on it, about a certain percentage of the time that you have that channel justify having that channel. Usually nobody's going to look at that as long as you are using that channel for a very specific informing and educating the public.
If we were broadcasting meetings, our LPA, we could also broadcast our advisory committee meetings, correct, on this
Everything,
station?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's great.
Everything that, as long as it's sanctioned by the council,
That's really interesting. Thank you.
like the town, some municipalities like Bonita, they like to provide their own content, like things like Memorial Day, Veterans Day, also July Parade, things like that. They want to show that again, and it will be part of the broadcast. Others like Estero say, no, we're fine. We just want to be online. We don't want to even be connected to a cable company.
So
Those are specific decisions.
how would you do external feeds? Let's say you want to put up a camera and do the shrimp parade.
You can do several things. I mean, when we're talking about additional content, we're talking actually go on location and actually create a program about what happened at location. But you also have your own city live cameras. Actually have them rotating cameras during 10 minutes to this angle, 10 minutes to that angle. Have that maybe having some music in the background. Maybe you can have that just as occupying a piece of your bulletin board, while the rest of the bulletin board is filled with information. And the next council meeting takes place at 7 at the chambers. And at the same time, you see the TV channel, the cameras showing that. There's a lot of ways you can improve the professional look of that particular channel.
Yeah, so Council Veach, so what Tony's talking about is the sort of first step. Then if you wanted to create content, that would be recorded content, previously recorded and put on. That's sort of step 2. Then step 3, if you wanted to go to that, would actually be like a live type of production from Times Square or from somewhere when an event is going on or something like that. So that would be like sort of step 3 as you sort of roll out all the capabilities of an
In addition,
system.
in addition to the items, even the additional items that we're talking about, in addition to the additional items.
Right, well, the once you have the capability of the feed, yeah, there's additional items, but it's you're talking about a remote mic, like you see from Channel 4 or Channel, one of the other channels, remote mic and a camera. And it's sending it back via the internet to us here, and then we're broadcasting it out.
So Antonio, just for the sake of time and for personally knowing that some people that are not comfortable with technology have a tendency to glaze over when you get too technical and talk into things. Is it safe to say that option
beg your
A and
pardon?
option B?
I suffer from the same thing. Sometimes my colleagues just,
Is it safe to say option A and option B will provide the town, whichever one or neither the town decided to go with scalability? Moving forward,
Yes.
things could be added. The infrastructure would be there to add things as needed or not needed moving forward.
I'm glad you brought it up because scalability is also one of the major components on any upgrade. You gotta make sure that you're not going, buying a paperweight that you're gonna use, and then once you want to upgrade it, it's gone. That's why SDI is so important, because that's really the most common protocol. There's already an upgrade on that, of course. SDI is good for the next 10 years. You're going to be, but it's going to mess. If you tell any cable operator or any provider that you have an SDI feed, they will kiss the bottom of your feet, because that's the standard of high quality video signal that they will require. They will accept anything, of course.
And just to reiterate, both these options provide that availability.
Yeah, there are two components. They're slightly different. Amy asked me to do something about have some kind of a continuity of equipment that you have brand wise in terms of equipment, even though it could be even though it will be the same brand, it will be new interface altogether.
Councilman Aller, so when you say the two items, you're talking about the base and the addition, or in just the base? Are those the?
Yeah, just if you look at the video upgrades, they've got the option A and option B, and they're about $10,000 a piece. A significant amount of money, but is that what you believe is the essential stuff that needs to be replaced based on what you've heard today?
That's the heart of the operations. Switching, so you get all the installation, you get all the cameras, you get all the audio. Okay, they're happy, but they're going to ask, where are we going? There's a central hub, the control room, there's the switcher. So the switcher is going to receive all those feeds, the video, and then you're going to have your own mixer, totally separate area. And those two need to be talking to each other. And add another bulletin board, they need to be talking to each other. All the pieces of equipment need to be talking to each other without having any human intervention. So we're talking about a full integrated network. So
Then my final question is for you, Roger. Where would this money come from? If we pick whether option A or option B, I'm assuming it wasn't budgeted, at least I can remember from last year, to be an item.
Yeah, so the way I envision doing this would be to basically sort of borrow some money from next fiscal year's budget, I guess, in a kind of way to get this thing going now. But we can account for it in next year's budget, which we'll be talking about in a few minutes. So can we afford it? If that's your question, the answer is yes.
Okay, you asked my question, very good. I saw that you had some budgeted for 75,000, then an additional 208,000 and a half would be for. I have a question. I didn't see it in here. Can you do security cameras at the same time? Is that integrated with your system?
you can, but I would not recommend that it will be part of the same solution.
Oh,
I would, because the surveillance cameras, first of all, they have designed differently. You have, when you set up a system, a surveillance system, you need to have, the cameras are working independently. You have that camera is recording a feed separately from every other camera. So that something happened, you can go to that particular camera. This is not the solution that we are only addressing the chambers itself. You can leave them on 24/7, yes, and have them recording into some kind of a hard drive to feed of what happened in the 24 hours that the chamber was not busy or anything. That would not be my suggestion. You should treat both as separate entities.
all right, thank you. Any other questions for Antonio?
Mr. Mayor, were you, maybe I was a little confused. Were you asking about inside the building or outside? The building?
Outside primarily.
So is it your recommendation that keeping a camera system separate, whether it's outside or inside from the integrated stuff that we're discussing is best practice?
That would be my recommendation. mean, you can have some level of integration between the, talking about talking about trying to put an RV into a two-car garage. Will it fit? Maybe if you put it sideways, there's got to be some gymnastics to make it, to adopt it. For me, the analogy, but basically those are two animals with different goals. Surveillance and reporting a video channel or what a video channel, not
Get it.
not the same thing.
Get it. Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for Antonio? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
That
much
was
for
very
having me.
good, very
I
good
appreciate it.
presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. Okay, council, well, that's where we're at. I guess time is of the essence here, so I'm open to motion here, if anybody wants to move forward with this.
I'll make a motion to approve option A, the understanding that we may need to add to it later. As Antonio very well said, time is of the essence. I can tell you that technology equipment, electronic equipment right now is severely delayed in getting. Simple things like a Sonos speakers are taking 3 to 4 months to get. So as much as we probably wouldn't like to move so quickly on this, I think it's imperative that we do.
Second.
Just for clarification, so
We're in discussion now.
when you say option A, yes, could you define that a little better for me?
I guess it would be packet page 56. If you look, he has two options in there. He's option A and option B. They're about $10,000 a piece. But as he stated, they're both essential to be able to have the infrastructure to be able to get done what we need to get done. Hopefully by August, not confident that that'll get done, but at least the majority of this infrastructure would be done in time for our next meeting.
Well, it's the
156.
two
Oh,
columns.
156, I'm sorry.
It's the two columns on the right side of the page, Bill. Very first page after the blue sheet. If you look to the upper right-hand corner.
Oh, I see. I got you now.
Those are the two columns that I was referring to when I was asking about the bare minimum of the infrastructure needed to correct the issues and keep us, I hate to use future-proof, but allow us to scale in the future.
It's very limited, but I guess that gets the job done for the interim, but I'm kind of a guy that when you're doing a job, in construction, and you've got the bones laying out, time to do it all. That's the way I think about it. So, I mean, this is about a not to exceed number here that we're looking at. Is that what I'm looking at here? Is that a not to exceed?
We believe that's based on the current cost as of, the couple of weeks ago. So unless there's been a price change, yes.
Does say up to.
Yeah,
I'm confused, Mr. Mayor, because I think I agree with you on this. Is option A not the number that's on the blue sheet? Is that?
It's on the first item of the blue sheet. Doesn't include the closed captioning
Because
or the microphone.
just if I may,
That's what I'm reading.
my experience, I used to chair the Utility Commission in Indiana, and we had to renovate our whole video and sound system for our hearing room, which is about the size of this room. And I was shocked at how expensive it is, but it is expensive. But given the challenges that we've had with our system, I would support full package and getting this job done and getting it done right. And I'm not saying option A wouldn't do that, but I think, as the mayor said, if we're going to open this all up and do it, we might as well do it right and get it done right the first time. So I would support a broader option, assuming there is an option. I guess I don't know how you title that option, but
When I read this, option A is the first item in the possible upgrade options. But as the attorney has already said, we need to have closed captioning. But we pretty much have to
And
put that in.
I apologize for my second because I thought that option A had the closed captioning and I believe that that is essential.
And the other thing is the biggest complaint we get are about not being able to hear people, I think, which Amy could attest to. And I don't know if additional microphones will really solve that if we don't learn to sit up and speak into the microphones. But
Well, I guess with that being said, I'd be willing to amend my motion to approve the purchase of up to $283,550 of audio and visual equipment upgrades to town council chamber.
I'll second the
Very
amended
good.
motion.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Good luck. Make us look good. I will tell you that had we had this sort of system that you're proposing earlier on in our days here, a lot of shortened considerably. So take that for what it's worth. All right, thank you. The next item, we'll keep moving along here, is the 5-year CIP for fiscal year 22 through 26. This is the presentation of the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2022 through 2026 and inclusion with the proposed Fort Myers Beach fiscal year 2022 budget. Roger?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry I had to step out of the room. I just
All
want to be sure that with the prior item, that's clear that council is authorizing me to proceed based on your determination that you just made and waiving our procurement policies, and to the extent that there needs to be a ratification item in August, to bring that back in August.
Yes, thank you. I understand.
Okay, is everyone's understanding?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure, 'cause sorry, I had to step out of the room. Mr. Green.
Thank you. Jason Green, Community Development. Before I use the 5-year CIP, which is part of your budget planning process every year. And also just for your reference, it helps us with grants. Every time we apply for grants, well, most times when we apply for grants, they ask for a copy of the CIP, and that was part of that. So what it does, it just rolls out the current year and brings on a new 5th year. You can see those projects in there. We had this presented to the LPA last week and had a really good discussion about what the purpose of a CIP is in relation to the comprehensive plan and their role. And we're going to start, as the new comp plan comes out, we're going to start thinking about levels of service. And parks is an easy one to reference. Acreage used to be the level of service standard for parks. Nowadays, they're trying to utilize, a lot of communities are utilizing a point system to make sure that that acreage is being efficiently. So those are all things we'll get into that'll help drive future years in your CIP. They also asked for some recommended changes to how we present it, and we'll do those, including the current fiscal year with the 5-year CIP. In the future, you'll see 6 years. Any questions? I don't know if I can answer any questions about each individual project, but the CIP in general.
I'm concerned that there is nothing about the mooring field on here at all, so that if later on we do find a solution, that people might say, well, I'm voting against it because it wasn't part of our capital improvement project's plan. It's not mentioned at all.
We can add the project. That's not, we can amend the item to add that project.
Well, and I have, I don't know how we would deal with it because it's a very nebulous thing right now. I'm guessing that maybe we could put ranges on here that.
Well, I think you could put a placeholder. Are you talking about amounts, Madam?
Yes, yes, because these all
Yeah.
have numbers, so.
Right, so I think you can put a placeholder amount as, I think just so it's on the list and has a budget. Obviously, as we develop more information and know precisely what we're doing, that budget could change. But I think, from a standpoint of going to an outside agency and showing them that it's in our plan and it has an allocation, that would be helpful.
Okay, well, I would certainly ask my fellow council members to include that.
Yeah, I would agree. No, a lot of the mooring field is grant-based. They thought of grants for the mooring field.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and in terms of budget, really the reason we didn't necessarily throw a budget, not as an excuse, but we have a set aside amount of money in our budget for grant match. For example, we don't list match for every single potential grant because we don't even know which ones we're going to get or not grant, but rather we budget a lump sum.
Concern is
Whatever
that-
you allocate, that would be really coming from the grant match funds, because as Councilor Beach says, our project would be subject to.
My major concern was it just wasn't listed at all.
Very good point.
That's a good point. And
I'm sorry, along those lines, Vice Mayor, and I think Councilor Ellers raised this at an earlier meeting. Should lighting be on? I know it's a complete unknown at this point, but should it be on here in some capacity for the same reasons?
Well, that's a little different annual because we don't really have a budget for that. We'll be talking about that in the next item. But, and if you want to put this aside and talk about the next item first, you can do that. But right now, we do not have a budget for lighting.
I also agree. It seems like the way things are going now, though, it's like I don't know, how this lighting's gonna look. I mean, I'm pretty optimistic that we can do this in a tariff program when it's then not really a budget item.
I'm hopeful as well. I just didn't know if we should at least, as the vice mayor said, put a placeholder in there. Again, not knowing, hopefully it's a moot point and it's all covered by the tariff. But I'm just thinking
There's
out
no
loud.
objection to that, Counselor.
I agree, Mr. Adderhold. I think it should be on here as, in a placeholder if nothing else.
You might check with Lee County and see if they have it in their 5-year CIP too.
Very hopeful. Very hopeful.
So,
Some capacity. Yeah.
another kind of point, which is kind of related to the mooring field, my understanding is that the idea of putting a dock at the end of Bayfront Park, which is not part of the park, right? That is waiting for us to get the DEP permit approved for the mooring field complete before we can then start the process for the dock.
We have there's a funding formula for that dock. Only decision to be made there is whether or not we want that dock open to everybody. If we do, then it's covered by a grant. If we were to say there's only a sort of subscribers could use it, then I would change the funding formula. We're assuming at this point in time that it would be open to everybody.
Right, so if it was, a subscription would be, I assume mooring field dinghies, that kind of thing, or a ferry service or that kind of thing?
Right.
Right. Do we need a placeholder for that on the?
No, because we have the money in our, we have the money in our grant match for that. That's what
Okay.
we're proposing to have it. And the state's just looking for the money. They don't care if it's in the capital plan per se. No, we give you X and you do have Y to complete the project. But I don't have a problem adding it to the list. For comfort.
Okay. Other questions about the CIP?
I was just going to mention the Times Square development, you have a $1 million grant.
Right, I think I've reported to town council that my discussions with FDOT and with Lee County, in their desirous, of course, modifying the foot of the bridge, that would basically utilize 100% of the Ocean Jewels property that we were discussing earlier. And I've asked them, and we've had very positive conversations for them to be $1 million towards the Times Square project. I want to say in exchange for that property, but understanding that we're giving up an asset, a significant asset of the town.
Great, honestly.
Do we need to move to bring this back on a future agenda?
I
so
think
that
you
we-
can approve it as amended unless you're like you need to see it.
I'll move to approve the 5-year capital improvement plan with the addition of mooring field, the bayfront dock, and street lighting placeholders.
I think the Bayfront dock is really be considered part of the mooring field facility, so I don't think we
Just
need.
separate approval cycles. So if that would be the case, and it would
This is a
really,
5-year plan, though.
yeah, but I mean, it's because after the approval, then we have to start the approval process, after the approval process for the mooring field. My understanding is then we have to start the approval process for the dock, which can take a couple of years. I know it's a 5-year plan, but they're kind of, they're kind of distinct items.
I guess I don't,
You know, if you want to put it, if you.
It doesn't matter to me.
Simplicity, we can put it and we can include it as part of the mooring field. I don't know if that has any effect on grants
It's
completions.
either way, it's fine. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Then I'll
okay,
agree
then
to put it on
I'll
the,
second the motion.
okay.
Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is a resolution 20-27, adopting fiscal year 2021 through 2022 tentative This is to approve Resolution 21-27, establishing the town's tentative millage rate for fiscal year 2021 through 2022. And I can read the resolution. There's such an animal. This is a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative operating ad valorem millage rate of .9500 mils for fiscal year 2021 through 2022 of the town of Fort Myers Beach, establishing the date, time, and place for hearings to adopt the final operating ad valorem millage rate and budget for the fiscal year 2021 through 2022, and providing an effective date. Whereas Florida statutes provide that municipalities shall have the governmental, corporate, and proprietary powers to enable them to conduct municipal government, perform municipal functions, and render municipal services, and exercise any power for municipal purposes, except when expressly prohibited by law. And whereas Article 10 of the Town Charter, the Town of Fort Myers Beach empowers the town to adopt, amend, or repeal such ordinances and resolutions as may be required for the proper governing of the town. And whereas Section 200-.065 of Florida statutes establishes the method of determining and levying an ad valorem millage rate and adopting a budget for all taxing authorities in the state of Florida. And whereas the town of Fort Myers Beach, by and through its town council, hereby determines it is in the best interest of the town an orderly governmental process to hold public hearings as required by Section 200.065 of the Florida statutes. And whereas it is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of its residents and visitors of Fort Myers Beach that the town council set the tentative operating millage rate as set forth herein and take the other actions set forth herein. And whereas the gross taxable value for operating purposes not exempt from taxation within the town of Fort Myers Beach, Lee County, Florida, has been preliminarily certified by the Lee County property appraiser to the town of Fort Myers Beach, estimated as $3,848,123,000 as documented on attachment A. Now therefore, it is hereby resolved by the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach as follows. Section 1, the above recitals are true and correct and incorporated herein by this reference and adopted as the legislative and administrative findings of the town council. Section 2, the tentative ad valorem operating millage for the fiscal year 2021-2022 is hereby adopted at .9500 mils, which equals $950 per $100,000 of property value. Section 3, public meetings and hearings will be held in compliance with Florida property tax truth and millage process at Town Hall, 2525 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to consider and adopt the final millage rate and to consider and adopt the town budget for fiscal year 2021 and through 2022 as set forth in Section 200.0654 et sec Florida statutes. Section 4, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption by the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Before you do that, I want to be sure that the town council understands what they're considering in making and approving this potential motion. That is that you're setting the upper limit for your final hearings in September. You cannot go back up. You can go down if you so desire. I want to make sure everyone understands that. Two is that at this millage rate, in terms of the departments have identified to me, what the committees have identified to me, but some of you have identified to me as initiatives can be paid for under that millage rate. However, we will be using one-time revenues to be paying for If all of those items are approved, we will be using one-time revenues to pay for recurring things. That, as a general management practice, is really not a recommended strategy on a recurring basis because it creates a structurally imbalanced budget. We strive to pay for recurring things with recurring revenues. They have stable funding sources. But all that being said, we can cover those things. Now, what we can't, let me just make sure we're clear what are some of the things we can't cover. We can't cover a lighting system with that number. We do not have the FF&E, the furnishing fixtures and equipment for things like the new Bay Oaks building, once that's built in that number. Pretty much any other one-off project that you've heard about is not funded within that number. So, to the extent you want to give yourselves some cushion, and perhaps minimize the potential impact in next year's budget, which I believe will necessitate a millage rate increase. You might want to consider stepping into that now, or hold the line, and we'll see where we are at the end of next year and deal with it then.
Well, the question is that either hold the line at this 0.95, or in the alternative, set the maximum at one mil, which will come down, correct?
Sure.
Still come down from that, or some other amount that you have in mind as a maximum. So,
Mr. Hernstat brought up exactly what I planned on bringing up. I think it's foolish for us to pass a resolution at 0.95 when that boxes us in, and we cannot raise that should we decide that there's a future project that we want to take care of. It would be my fervent hope that I could vote for a 0.95 when we set the permanent rate, but I see no reason to box ourselves in at this point. So I would be in favor of a higher number.
have one in mind,
Actually, I was thinking 0.99, just,
under one?
yeah, keeps it under 1.
Anybody else?
So just some questions for clarification. So Roger, I think you made this clear, but just for the record, the proposed millage rate before us is 0.95 mils, which is the same as last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Second of all, we will be receiving from the county at some point when our property values are reassessed, probably an increase, because fortunately our property values are increasing on this island. That will result in additional revenue for the town. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have a rough idea of how much additional revenue that is? Rough idea. I know you're guessing, but
Yeah, I'm going to
educated
say
guess.
in the 250 to 300 neighborhood.
So even though we're holding the line, we'll still see additional revenue coming into the town. So given that dynamic, I think I'm comfortable holding the line at the 0.95 millage rate.
Counselor, can I just,
Can I jump in?
Please.
My understanding of the many budgets that I've worked on, and it's happened almost every time that we've ever had a budget come before us, that generally the entire increased amount goes to our increased costs for raises, things that cost us more, insurance, all of those kinds of things get eaten up by that amount that we have. And I'm just saying this based on past experience.
I think that's fair. That certainly accounts for inflation and other issues that the town faces. I understand. Yeah.
So it's, even though we might get an additional $250,000, we don't have that to spend on community policing, for example.
And I think, there's kind of a point that I would really only want to raise in the final budget, the rate, if there's some item that we are adding that the public has shown they're willing to pay more taxes for. And if we set the rate higher now, that doesn't mean, if the public is not showing that will, then we don't have to go up. If we don't go up, then we tie our hands. essentially saying that those services we can't provide in a fiscally prudent and a proper policy way.
And then the also, excuse me.
Well, that's okay.
The other side to that is that, once we get closer to that rate, that millage rate, then you show the equation as to what that rate is gonna cost the average taxpayer on their tax bill from the town of Fort Myers Beach. Then they have more to consider then. You know, really, it's not a lot of money on the whole tax bill, you know, our portion of that. We say this every time, but it's true, you know, so when that actually, when that millage rate goes into effect, no one likes to raise taxes, believe me, I don't like to raise taxes either. But that's part of the process is to show what that actual increase will translate in dollars and cents to people when their tax bill comes.
That's a fair point. I would just add, for the record, this council, I think, did a very responsible thing last year. We were utilizing general funds to subsidize our water and stormwater utility. And we made the tough vote to, first of all, put a firewall between that and no longer subsidize those entities appropriately so. And we also raised rates significantly, but ratepayers would know that that money went specifically to those entities, appropriately fund them and all the various improvements that we're seeing on Estero Boulevard. So we've made some tough votes already on this front. And to raise the millage rate at this point for no particular reason, no definitive reason at this point, I think is speculative. And I'm not sure I could support that.
I'm not saying that I'm in favor of raising the millage rate. I'm just in favor of not boxing ourselves in. I would love to come back here and vote for 0.95 in the future. I see no reason to box ourselves in at this point. Like I said, it's truly not my intention to vote for a 0.99 unless we have something specific we've decided we're going to spend that money on. But it just seems crazy to box ourselves in.
I think it's important to reiterate what the town manager said originally, that if we don't make the decision today to raise it, we can no longer raise it.
Right.
But if we raise it, we can always bring it back down. I think it gives us time by raising it to 0.99 or whatever the determined amount is, to allow for some of the things that are still being discussed, community policing, for instance. It still needs to be vetted on whether or not the community feels that it's important and is willing to pay the taxes to do it. By not making an adjustment today, I think that we take that completely out of the realm. We may be able to subsidize it today or this year, but next year we'll be stuck in a box. And my understanding is it would cost more money next year if we try to do it next year. So it's those kind of discussions that are still going on that I feel that we should take the proactive approach to adjusting the millage rate to a higher rate and then continue the discussions. And when we get closer to the final number, we'll be able to be more educated as to what that should be.
And I think that's a fair point. But when I discuss the community policing proposal, and I'm strong support of it, I saw that as a pilot program for 1 year. And I envisioned using reserve money to pay for that pilot program. And if it is successful, and I believe it is successful, then we'll have to make those tougher decisions in year 2. But I think we need to give that a year to see how effective it is.
And that's a fair point. And I will tell you that my conversations with Roger about this, we can do it that way. And it could be a pilot program. And Roger, please correct me if I'm wrong, but doing that way, as he said, it's not always the best course of action. And by next year, if we find that it does work, if the people support it, the millage rate would be actually more. Now, if we raised it now and say we went through September and it kept that rate, if after the pilot program, we decided that it is not working and it's not working, that money can then be placed into other buckets to be used for other things. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, but give a very specific example so that I think, might help clarify. So let's say today you decided to follow the vice mayor's suggestion not to box yourself in, and purposes of discussion, approve a millage, tentative millage of 0.99. We come to the budget hearings in September, and even if we could do as Council Adderhall suggests, find a way to squeeze through community policing at 0.95, which is say we can figure out a way to do that. And I believe we can. You still might want to make the millage 0.97 because you don't want to leap it from 0.95 to 0.99 the next year. May not, I don't know. You can leave it at 97 and you then are accumulating money, help offset that additional cost of continuing that service if you decide to do it. You could say, well, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to stay at 0.95 and we'll have to go to 0.99 perhaps next year. We won't have a choice if we want to continue service policing. So it's just really what you believe the best approach is. Ask me my opinion. If you're a believer that people are going to support community policing, like community policing, and want it to continue, then my suggestion would be to begin to step up the millage to absorb that and get it from a non-recurring source to a recurring source. If you're more of the wait and see, then we pay for it out of reserves and we wait and see.
Again, these are all very fair points, and I respect the opinion of everyone who stated them thus far. But I guess what I think is helpful for the public's sake is to see, touch, and feel and metric the success of community policing. And or let's say we have to begin for additional lighting, and they see how effective that lighting is, and just think it's easier in that environment when people are seeing what they're paying for as opposed to a speculative approach. I think it's as we saw when we raised the appropriate utility fees, as I discussed earlier, there was minimal pushback because people see on the street what's happening. They see the improvements that are going on in Estero Boulevard and our side streets, and it's spectacular, and they're happy to pay for it, most folks. That being said, that's why I think waiting a year, using reserves if necessary. If not necessary, that's fine too. I appreciate your willingness to work within our current constraints. But once people see those cops on the street and they see how effective that is, and I think it will be effective, I think proposing a millage rate increase is much more appropriate at that time as opposed to now when it's a sheer speculative in nature. Just my experience in public life.
You know, I'm trying to think of some analogies when you're talking. And I think that if you think it's going to be positive and you want to do a pilot program before paying for it, I kind of think like if I go into a restaurant and I say, well, I'd like to try that burrito and I want to eat part of it first before I decide if I'm going to pay for it. I think that, allowing some room, and we could very well decide that we're going to raise the cap. And we're not now talking about raising anybody's taxes. We're talking about raising the cap. And if the feedback we get is people are not willing to pay for it, then we just don't put that in. And no matter what it is, if they're willing to pay for it, then at least we leave ourselves the room. I think that 1 year you're deferring, that still costs, it still dips in our reserves. And we have a lot of projects going on that have a lot of potential cost overruns. We are also borrowing a lot of money that may change interest rates. So I think fiscally prudent thing is to at least allow ourselves the ability to raise those rates when the time comes in the budget hearings, if this is something we want and if the public shows us their support for it.
I might add to that, I'm holding in my hand my last trim notice. The reason, in my view of how Florida set up this whole budgetary process and setting this was so that citizens could get a trim notice with an imaginary number on it. And I would love to see that higher number on here so that then people can get in touch with me and say, no, that is too much. It will become real to them when they get their trim notice. If we put 9.95 on here, it's just the same old thing, and then we're stuck where they are. And they don't have any idea what it would have been. Am I right, John, that the whole reason that we set a tentative rate is to help them create the trim notice?
That is absolutely correct.
So that way people have in their hands exactly what 0.99 means to them when they would pay their taxes and give them the opportunity to give us feedback.
And as Councilmember Allers correctly pointed out earlier, this is the ceiling. You can always come down, but you can't go above it.
Right. I think we beat this up enough. Tim, I respect your opinion as always. I'm afraid you're flying solo this time.
I can count votes, that's fair enough.
That's okay. So, so the resolution is here. Now it's the question of what number we want to plug in. So let's come up with a number and move this along.
With the amount that we're talking about for community policing, it's what was it, 110?
112 per
It's
officer.
it's like, it's,
It's times two.
so it's like just under 220.
So with, and I was trying to do the math, but what do we have to increase the tax rate, village rate, in order to get that much more income?
Just give me a second, I'll tell you.
As the manager is doing that, I just wanted to point out that, and we'll, depending upon what number you give us, the final resolution will reflect obviously the millage rate that you specify, as well as the, what that translates in dollar figure actually per $1,000 of assessed property value. So it'll be more like 9.5 or 9.9 at the higher end is what we're discussing.
Somewhere between 0.3 and 0.4.
So in English, Town Manager, a little bird just texted me, who's the vice chair of the audit committee, and said that raising the millage rate to 0.99 would increase revenue by about $126,000 annually. To give folks an idea, I'm sure that's a back of the envelope calculation, but
That's different than what he's saying.
I don't know who's right. I'm just saying that was.
Yeah, I'm just going by, just to tell you what my logic is. When the council made the leap of logic, I think it was 2 years ago, to see the future and try to start funding for the big three projects, they increased it from 0.87 to 0.95. That's roughly 0.08 difference. That generated around low $300,000. So that's why I'm saying it's about 0.4.
I don't know. It's way beyond my pay.
The guy who, the bird is a very good mathematician, so he may be close.
I don't know.
All right, anybody have Vice Mayor, you have that number in mind?
You already asked me, and I said I'd do 0.99. But I was waiting for input before I made a motion.
Okay,
No, but I haven't heard anybody else say a number.
no, so why don't you go right ahead and make a motion then?
Okay, I would move that we adopt resolution number 21-27 with the amendment to the millage rate in section 2 to 0.9900 mils, with all the other attendant changes that would need to follow that.
Is there a second?
A second.
It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Any objections to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, for the record, I would oppose the motion.
Okay. The motion passes 4-1 with Councilman Adderholt dissenting. Just as a little aside here, with the Mayor Hughes here earlier, I had to think back. I remember when those earlier budget hearings that we had, and when the town first passed $1 billion in values, it was a big day here in Fort Myers Beach. It was a big day, and now we're over 3 billion. It's hard to believe. But, be that as it may. Okay, that's done. The next item is the recurring special event sunset celebration down in Times Square. Mr. Lalo is here.
Mr. Mayor, just as an quick introduction before Mr. Lalo and his colleagues speak. So everyone understands, the reason this one is on the regular agenda and the Dig the Beach was on the consent agenda is because they're asking for some of the fees to be adjusted. That's why it's a public hearing part of the agenda.
All right. Oh, we'll give you a couple of minutes, you guys, to make your case here, and then we'll move on.
For the record, Steve Malakakis, owner of Plaka Restaurant in
Hey,
Times Square.
Steve, how are you?
And for the record, John Lalo, owner of Pete's Time Out and Vice President of Times Square Merchants Association.
John, take your hat off, please. Oh, put it back. No, I'm just kidding.
Back on?
No, leave it off. Leave it off. Go ahead. All right.
All right, so we come before you, this council, because we're required to for the reoccurring permit. To give you a little history of what we do down there is we put, in the last 9 years of 2012, we put 2 bands on in the street every single weekend. And the reason we started doing that is because some of the people that were in the square as your entertainers were chasing people away, and we decided that we wanted to have a little more control of what's going on right in front of our restaurants. But as businesses, we got together and came up with this plan to do the stands instead of people being chased away. Very, very, very successful, and we have eclipsed 450 performances over these years with very minimal issues per se. Have one pending right now, which is our evangelist that's happening in the square. And this transpired heavily as he put the permit in 60 days ago. This kind of exploded now. When we put the permit in for 1 day a week rather than 2, because of COVID, we've lost a little sponsorship. We have the same amount of people, but they're just not putting up as much money as they were before because they're still kind of tight. So we've been doing Fridays, haven't been doing Saturdays, and then your evangelist shows up on Saturdays and everyone away. On the original permit that we have, we're only asking for Fridays, but we would like to ask if we can get the support that if it could be done administratively, we could add the Saturdays back on rather than come before council again. So you can make a decision right now. On another note, we've always been able to plug into the public's electric since day one. An in-kind service provided by the town. There's nothing been in writing. And it's been brought to my attention now that it would cost me $60 a week a plug into the thing for 5 hours on a 20 amp breaker, which basically costs $2.40. And I was told, we're going to relieve that. We're only going to charge you $60 a month. Well, that's $700 and some dollars a year now. Is not in our budget at all. We're asking for a relievement of that. We were unaware of it while we were doing the permitting. Not asking for relievement of paying the fees, the permitting fees and all that. One other thing I'd like to discuss before you guys take a vote is sound ordinance. Been approved by this for 9 years or 8 years, 9. It's never been an issue. So recently this year, measurements are being taken right in front of a speaker. Don't think that was the intentions of sound ordinance to go right at the source, right there and take the reading. We're putting a band out. We're asking for a special event. And I think that it needs to be considered. You guys are going to be spending a lot of money on stages. What are you going to do? Make sure that they're all below the decimal for every single event? Or do you allow other events? Because what we're trying to do is fill the square with sound. So it's impossible to fill the square with sound without producing that energy from the source. The readings are being taken right in front of the speaker. And
What are the, excuse me, John, what are the hours of those bands?
we do it from 6 to 10. They shut down
Okay.
at 10.
Okay, well, that would have been my only question. I mean, if,
No, these readings are being taken at 8 o'clock.
right, then, I got you.
My only question with that, John, is I'm reading through this letter again. It says the 500 feet shall be measured from the perimeter of the site where the special event will take place for the condominium properties, single written notification, da, 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 da. So I'm reading this as this amplified sound would be read from 500 feet or the perimeter.
It's not.
But they're not.
They're not doing it that way. And that's, so y'all, we brought up the sound ordinance and everyone, nobody wanted to touch it. There's a flaw in it because we sat in a committee one time and we said, we need to do this from this complaint. Also, because people can ambush other people. If somebody gets jealous down the island that we're successful, all they do is call and complain. Not a problem at the source of the complaint. And what, it's not a legitimate complaint. Now, if Anita says, hey, you guys are too loud at local color, turn it down, yes. It can't be from the south end of the island. We know it's not legitimate. There is a loophole in reading, you guys read the rules of the sound ordinance, it's kind of up to the officer on how they do it, the interpretation, and it's very vague, so it's not black and white.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I
No, no,
just
go
want to say
ahead,
something for
please,
clarification.
please.
As it pertains to the item on the agenda, to the extent that you're granting a special event permit,
Right?
you can, within the special event permit, so requested, and it sounds like they're requesting it, waive the application of the noise ordinance for their special event. Okay? So you can do that if you wish to do that as part of the conditions of approval.
We could set any, it's like any, we can make any specific limitations we want, not just waive it, right? We could make.
Make whatever limitation you feel is appropriate. Granting them a special event permit.
Might I suggest that 500 foot be adequate? I mean, if we're exceeding that decimal rating at 500 foot, we are too loud. We're just blowing the people away and it doesn't need to happen. It's not happening, but when you come right before a speaker, right now I am breaking the noise ordinance right in this room. The decimal reading. I have that kind of voice. That's what we're dealing with.
Gravelly.
It's amplified.
But 500 feet would be pretty much.
It's outside the square. Anything
all
we
of
would
Times
be
Square.
disturbing outside the square. Of course, if Anito should complain, we're always there to work with people. Not that we're trying to blow people away. We're there to entertain the public. I walked down there last Friday and it was amazing. I counted 18 people sitting in lawn chairs in the square. These are people that are not spending money, but they're enjoying what we do for the community. It happens every single week. You see little girls out there dancing, little boys. Everyone's having a good time. Event is a very good thing, but sometimes the legalities get in the way of us trying to produce a good product.
Right.
I have a couple questions that are outside of what's been discussed. The bottom part of the application has blanks, like waiver of open container. I assume you mean just mark no for that?
Well, it's not applicable because it's,
We're not asking for open.
we're not allowed to have.
But it says
open-
yes or no.
Oh.
So
It was left blank.
But
was
it's not
left
applicable
blank.
because they're not allowed, there's no open container within Times Square.
Yeah, it's redundant. We're not asking for that kind of special.
Yeah.
permit.
okay, well, there's four things that are all left blank. So that
Okay,
was
so
just the
that's-
first one.
No, we don't
Yeah,
want that.
those should
You're not
be-
asking for waiver of parking fees,
Yeah, there's
No.
no,
but it is a recurring event, so that should have been marked yes.
a recurring event.
It is a
or-
recurring event. And the waiver of the noise ordinance, I would suggest we use Bill's suggested modification of the measurement at 500 feet, not a total waiver, but a modification.
And I would think, I would maybe less than 500 feet, because if you're gonna have that kind of sound volume at 500 feet, then close to the stage, it'd be pretty loud.
Oh.
I mean,
What
if
do you say ballard to ballard?
If you look at page 183, it shows you the circle of what 500 feet is. If you can hear that stage in the middle of Crescent Park, or in the parking lot of the Lighthouse Tiki, or in the middle of Yucatan, I would say that it's probably too loud. Yeah, I would think like 100 feet would be a more reasonable.
100 feet's my restaurant.
I would say ballot to ballot would be my recommendation.
Ballot to ballot, meaning
Meaning the
limits
entrance
of
to Times Square to the two entrances to Times Square.
Sounds reasonable to me.
We're just trying to contain it to the square, and that's exceeding the limit. Doesn't mean you can't hear it, it's just exceeding the limit.
Okay, I'm going to move that we approve the application for the recurring special event with the questions answered as they answered them to me, that we allow an administrative modification to Saturdays should they request it, that it would be determined administratively by staff, that we waive the cost of their electric, and that the sound ordinance, the waiver of the noise ordinance not be a total waiver, but be a ballard to ballard measurement.
Really agreeable with that.
Moving second. Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Good luck, gentlemen.
Already on.
Thank you for coming in.
Steve wanted to say one other thing.
Oh, come on, Steve.
I just wanted to to give you guys a little pass on this preacher fellow we have, this evangelist. In the beginning, when COVID hit, we didn't have the funds available to put on the sunset celebration, but he was out there. He is out there pretty much 4 or 5 nights. And it began with him preaching without a microphone or without a foghorn or without anything. He was just by himself. And he was on the concrete part on the end of town of Fort Myers Beach, the portion that was deeded from the county where there was, the square that was a road. Well, since then, he grew, he had some followers, and then it went from him preaching with no microphone to like a foghorn and his preaching that. Well, then he didn't get, it was fine, no one said anything. Then he went to a speaker. And then the noise ordinance came by and they would take, a sample and they would say, you're breaking the law, and he would turn it down. And the second they would leave, he would turn it back up and louder. We've asked them very politely, listen, people in the restaurant do not want to hear this. All the restaurants are being empty because now vulgarity, girls are walking by in bikinis and he's calling them whores. And then people who drink, he's calling them vagrants. People who go to church are no longer Christians because they're sheep. Now came out there a week ago with a giant banner with an unborn baby that was removed from, I guess, maybe midterm. And it was gruesome. It was a kid missing. It was a baby missing his jaw and half their legs. And it's breaking the sign ordinance because it's too large, because I can't have a sign on my building. So I know he's breaking the ordinance. And I asked him politely, can you please, I have parents coming up to him saying, my child's 4 years old. I don't want them to see this. My minds aren't developed enough to understand this. And he says, I forced my wife to have an abortion in 1979. People need to know about this. And there has to be a point where freedom of speech and religion encumbers defamation of character or disturbing the peace or somewhere along the lines, because those days, all the restaurants, the people just come to us and say, listen, my family's not going to put up with this. I don't want them hearing this. It's ridiculous. And we're all losing business because of it. And he used to be on the concrete, but since that he's moved into Times Square on the pavers, which we rent and spend, we pay for the pavers. So I'm under the assumption that it's private property. I don't know how he can't have something against him. What's the word I'm looking for? Something where he can't enter.
Restraining
Yeah,
order?
restraining order, why he can't enter private property. I mean, if I rent the square where I have my tables, is he allowed to come in between my tables and start yelling at my customers? There has to be a limit to where that, can we rent the square where he's putting his microphone, where he's bothering everyone? Is there anything we can do? Because like I said, it's past the point of religion. He's calling people names. He's telling everyone. Now he has giant signs saying, you're all sinners and you're all going to hell. They're just signs that are saying you're all going to hell. And there's 10 things on there. Wear a bikini,
Steve, if I could jump in,
Yes, please.
I might
Roxanne.
suggest that discussing a plan to deal with this in a public forum isn't very effective, because then he's going to know what
Oh,
our
no, I
plan is.
understand.
So might I suggest that we would instruct the town attorney to meet with you and brainstorm
Yeah.
and give you some advice about.
I was just bringing up why we have to go now, try to put Saturdays in and try to put Fridays in, because we can't lose our important days. Or maybe if we would have an option of putting a speaker of the around.
That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to authorize that we spend some town attorney time working with you or your association to brainstorm what some possibilities might be, rather than doing it here in a public forum where he would be aware of what it is we've discussed.
I apologize.
Does anybody else agree with using our resources that way?
I agree. Agree. Well, thank you for your
Oh,
time.
we're sorry about that down there, and, I mean, we're in a lawsuit with the guy,
And,
Yeah, he's already sued us.
No, there's a pending federal lawsuit, so, you know, subject to the outcome of that case, which is currently before the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal, Federal Court in Atlanta, we'll have further guidance, but.
There are other things that you might advise
Maybe
him.
some
that
other additional
maybe
things that we
private counsel could assist him with, et cetera, et
We'll,
cetera.
I'll get together with the gentleman after the meeting.
Right, but I just want, for the record, everyone to understand, we did issue a notice of violation to the, which, so it's not that we're not pathetic to the situation or we're trying to ignore it. We've done what we can do, subject to finding further boundaries from the court and any further brainstorming by the town attorney.
The action that we've taken has resulted in a federal lawsuit.
Trying to do it the right way. I mean, years ago, this would have been handled a totally different way. But anyhow, see what happens, but
Well, thank
we're
you for your
working on it,
time.
Steve. We're working
Thank
on
you.
it. All right, guys. John, we'll see you. Okay. The next item is a resolution 2125 approving the Second Amendment to the Shared Use Interlocal Agreement with the Lee County School Board. Do I need to read this resolution?
Yes.
Okay,
Before you do,
yes.
it references an Exhibit A, which we don't have. So we might need to take a recess for us to have that, because I think the body of what it is that we're approving is Exhibit A, really. The resolution just refers to it.
Is time of the essence for this resolution?
There is some schedule associated to these.
there is.
So
Yeah. and it's a
so
long
you either
time
move
talking.
on to the next item while John's looking for it, or
We can do
that's
that.
okay?
We'll do that. We'll do that. Next item is SRF DW 360801 Amendment 2. This is the final authorization for the town manager to increase the SRF DW 360801 funding for North Estero Phase 2, Part 2, North Estero Phase 2, Part 1, and Tier 1 side street projects by $20,329,458. Is there a motion to approve this final authorization?
With my understanding of what this is, I will make a motion to approve.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Question? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next,
Just so the public knows, this is not an increase. This is more of a consolidation and trying to take advantage of rates on an existing loan.
next item is SRF loan SW 360830. As a requirement of SRF loan funding for the stormwater system improvements, adopt a fiscal sustainability plan for the town's stormwater system. Is there a motion to approve this?
moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next,
Christy wants to say something just because she came in. Hi, Christy. Sorry, Ray.
all right. Okay. All right.
Just came in to make sure if there's any questions.
Item I, change order number 2, ITB-20-25-PW intersection improvements. This is to approve change order number 2 in the amount of $14,363.37 with Ajax Paving Industries of Florida LLC, and authorize the town manager to execute the associated documents and allocate, appropriate, and expend funds from the capital budget. Is there a motion to approve this change order?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Or second? A second. Go ahead, Dan.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion?
I'd like to make a couple of comments on this because this has kind of ramifications for our street lighting. The change to this light, it actually goes from like, this is a FWC approved amber light. Going to put in with this the traffic light project at Old San Carlos. The previous one was an 8,000 lumen light. This one's like a 12,500 lumen light. But the reason why they're using this light is because it's American made, which not only a good thing, but it also enabled us to do the grant. Plus, it's what the county is putting in at signal interchanges going in at Crescent Street. This light also comes with shielding options if you need it. But being this light has already gone so far down the road, and it generates lumens that are roughly equivalent to the lights we're using now, that seems to me that we've probably reached the point in the technology where a light like this could be used as a replacement for our street lights. It does not require significant additional poles. And so I'm just pointing it here because to give you a little history of this lights, and we are talking about street lights, that this light is already something that this county is using, already FWC approved, already FDOT approved, and generates the lumens in the amber light spectrum that is required by the FWC.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is traffic signal maintenance interlocal. This is to approve Resolution 21-26 for interlocal for traffic signal maintenance with Lee County for the traffic signal being installed at Old San Carlos Boulevard and Estero Boulevard, and authorize the execution of contract documents. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Move to approve Resolution 21-26.
Second.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We back with that?
That's not back, so I'm gonna say no.
Back, we'll keep moving. Final public comment. Anyone here that wishes to speak to the council again, or first time? Owen, okay. Town manager's items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I just want to address a couple of things that came up in the comments throughout the course of today's meeting. One is that we're recruiting for a full-time finance director and included in next year's budget. The thing is, Pete, there he is, he's still here, and his question. And I'm just giving this to you the way of background. He put in a pool, and his contractor excavated the dirt to install the pool, didn't haul it all the way, but rather spread it on top of his property. Right to that, he had rocks, so rocks held down the soil underneath it, but not the soil on top of it. The excavated pool. Point one. Point two is that along his property line and that of his neighbors, he has the lowest seawall. So that's kind of the lowest point. Now, that being said, he would like to do a terrace, which he mentioned during citizen. He would have to do that on the town's property. I've had other folks who needed some land for their backyard amenities. We gave them a public works permit at amenity. Those people came before town council, and town council agreed to instruct me to give them a public works permit to allow them to encroach into our right of way. So, you're not in favor of asking him to remove the dirt or raise the seawall and want to give him his terrace as he's requesting, then the would be for you to authorize me to give him a public works permit to encroach into the right.
So is this one of those, what right of way is he
This is
encroaching
one of
into?
those cases where the right-of-way line and the backyard line and canal right-of-way line and the backyard line kind of got fuzzy over the years. So the land actually goes, so the people's land actually goes beyond their private property line, and there's actually a canal type right-of-way that's land that a lot of these folks want to utilize for purposes of expanding their backyard.
But didn't the town go through and vacate some of those similar
Where
situations?
we've notified people about the vacation process, and we're in the process of collecting that data to see if the majority want to do it and pay for it or not. And then we come back to you and you say, here's what the shortfall is. Do you want us to pay for it? Or you want to tell them they have to pay for it? And we're in the process of doing that. To help him and other people sort of caught up in that process, the way we resolved it is by giving them a public works permit.
Oh, just briefly, okay, Pete, just briefly. For
The
the,
microphone.
It has to do with the vacate petitions. I've received one of the petitions from the Community Development Department. It said, go around to your neighbors and ask them to sign it. Well, it turns out nobody wanted to sign it because it didn't affect hardly anybody else on the street except me. And you all, this is the council before you, decided to table this thing and put it on a wholesale basis, and it was never done, correct?
Oh, it's being worked on, Pete.
I mean-
The wholesale thing is being worked on.
Still?
It is.
Hardly anybody on there that really needs that, their property.
That may very well be true.
Everybody else has already built out to their seawall, just about. Everybody but me, because I don't own that property.
okay. To get this off the dime, I'm going to make a motion to approve a public works permit for this man to encroach in the town right away to accomplish this small project of his. Second?
I'll second for discussion.
Second, okay, discussion.
Is this something that should go to the LPA for discussion to vet it out before it comes to us? Are we going to be opening a can of worms
I
if
don't know
we
the
grant
answer.
something?
I don't know the answer to that, but
Mr. Mayor, I'll suggest an answer to that. The answer is, I think everyone on the LPA, when this came up beforehand, because this has come up before, it's gone through that process, and I think at the end of the day, it's just really a thing of, you want to let him do it, and the quickest and easiest way to do it is to give him a public works permit. If you want us to check with his neighbors to see that they have no objection, we could do that. It's part of that permit, but I don't know that it's really a big policy issue. It's really just him and perhaps his two neighbors.
I guess my more poignant question is, if we're still looking at this globally as a resolution, how will this, if he gets granted this, affect whether who pays for what or everything you discussed?
No,
earlier?
if it gets approved globally, he'll then own that land versus just it will stop being our right of way and become his property.
Just one quick question, sir. Did you say your neighbors are comfortable and supportive of what you're doing? I know they didn't want to sign this document. Probably go to the mic if you
Can you
could.
come back
yeah.
to the mic?
Please just say your name again.
One of the neighbors is me. I own an adjacent property. And the other neighbor already has a painting wall on there, and I don't know if he got a permit or not. So I know wouldn't object to me. It's not even really visible.
I'm just asking. I always like to, you're always curious how the
I
neighbors
mean, it
feel.
doesn't,
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm doing wouldn't even be visible. What it basically is doing a little terrace. It's only going to be like 18 inches high. It's going to prevent a lot of erosion, a lot of possible problems in the future. I mean, most people have already built retaining walls on my canal. If you guys want to go down there and take a trip down there, you'll see that, things have most probably been done without a permit already. I don't think they've gotten a person.
No one would do that here, sir, please.
I know.
All right. Okay, so there's a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. All set. Okay.
Appreciate it very much. So what is, I appreciate it very much. So what is my next step? Do I get?
They'll start looking at your permit
It's
the
already,
construction part of it. So you don't have a land issue anymore. You just have a permitting process.
thank you.
Anything else, town manager?
I think it was said, but I just want to be clear because I see one of the speakers here was talking about community policing. And as I believe Council Ayers mentioned that, and others mentioned, I think we have one way to deal with it, definitely on a one-way basis, and clearly able to deal with it if the council continues to support the millage rate increase.
Else? Do we have this resolution back on, we don't have any,
Oh, one other thing, since John still stepped away, is, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned about lighting and
yes, you had something that you had
And
brought.
while I was away, I was able to talk to a vendor who makes a lighting fixture that's basically comprised of 9 LED bulbs. Not individual bulbs, but like bulbs with groups of LEDs in it. And within that configuration of 3 by 3, it can put some of those to be amber and white to try to address switching solution if that becomes a preferred option. So there are products being developed to deal with that.
In order to fill some time, I could use one of my
You gotta
council,
sing a song?
if I could use one of my council items to just ask the town manager. As everybody knows, there's been a lot of discussion about the need for additional input to the Army Corps of Engineers on their planning dynamics. And I know a number of governmental entities, including the county and the mayor of Sanibel, have sent letters. Are you aware of any correspondence, Mr. Manager, that we could be part of, support, and or sign on to, or do our own letter, could further input to the Army Corps of Engineers?
Well, the answer is that we could also lend our support to the same issue. My professional experience, people who the Army Corps of Engineers react to, with all due respect to everyone involved in this, is the members of Congress. I would say that one of the things that I would do is make sure that he copied the members of Congress and the Senate state, because Army Corps gets their funding from those folks. And that's, those appropriations affect that relationship. So I think that we could send a very similar letter, but we should definitely consider copying our Washington delegation.
I would agree with that 100%. But I do think that the Army Corps needs to be contacted then, and copying the 2 U.S. senators and the members of Congress, I think is very appropriate as well. Yeah, absolutely.
You remember when we all signed on to a letter, which was drafted by Governor Wayne from the county commission. So the signatories were the county and the municipalities. All signed on to the letter to the Army Corps of Engineers, and as a unified group, telling them now everybody is sending out individual letters, which is fine, to keep the pressure up and everything. But, as Roger says, and I'm not throwing cold water on that, Jim. I think it's good to keep the pressure on them, but for a while, I don't know how effective it is.
Just to tell a little anecdotal story real quick is that my previous job had an issue with the Army Corps of Engineers, contacted our senator, and we were trying to schedule a meeting to discuss the issue. And he said, I'm going to call you back because I'm going to schedule a meeting with the general from the Army Corps of Engineers right before your meeting, so that you're not going to meet for 5 minutes. And then I'm going to bring you into the meeting with the general from the Army Corps of Engineers to explain your concern. That was an extremely effective way to get our issue in front of the decision maker.
I agree with everything that's been said, but I do think a letter to the Army Corps and then copying the various the 2 U.S. senators and the appropriate congressional folks shows the congressional folks that we're reaching out to the Army Corps, and I think it's all helpful on all fronts. So again, looking for the appropriate vehicle. That, if there's a vehicle out there, or if we need to create one or mimic one, I just think it's helpful because, every little bit helps. I agree. It's an agency of government that's really reports, it's funded by Congress, but it really reports to the Pentagon and ultimately the commander in chief. So, but I think it's worth doing. I just, but because it seems as if, and it sounds like most recently there's been a camaraderie with our folks our friends on the East Coast. There was a little bit of a competition for a while there, and so I'm glad everybody's unified again. But the more communication we could have with the Army Corps, I think it's helpful, particularly as you all said, to copy our congressional delegation as well. I'm just food for thought.
I'm on board with you.
Nice to
That
get a-
helps.
Be nice to get a general in there.
Beautiful.
I'm on board too.
Anybody else got any filler?
I got another filler that I think is certainly not controversial at all.
Any jokes lately?
We have and I don't know if we have time to put it on the M&P meeting for our next M&P, probably not from a public notice standpoint, but the mayor rightfully recognized Dan Hughes today. And I wonder, Mr. Town Manager, if there are potential, with all the infrastructure improvements going on this island, and there are many, I wonder if there's a potential naming opportunity that we could think about for Dan Hughes, whether it be in Times Square, Bayside Park, Bay Oaks, for these new other construction projects. I would just encourage you to think about, in your team, to think about opportunities for naming rights. Not naming rights, it sounds like there's going to be fees involved, but you know what I mean, honoring and in some capacity with all this new infrastructure going in.
Yes, we'll bring a couple options back to town council in the near future for you.
That would be great. I assume everybody's comfortable with that, if it makes sense.
John's not ready. I have a couple of small things I can talk about. I'd like to bring up that the MRF committee brought us a recommendation about modifying our straw ordinance, and I would be on board with instructing our town attorney to bring us a modified straw ordinance based on their recommendation.
I would support that 100%. I would just ask in the process of doing that, Mr. Town Attorney, if you could run that by the folks at the chamber just to make sure our restaurants are aware of what's going on, that they can stock up on what they're going to need. And I need to learn more about it, but it seems like a reasonable proposal. But I just somehow at some point we've got to have a collaborative effort with our various restaurants to make sure they're at a minimum they're prepared for it and they can implement it appropriately. I agree with that.
And along with that, I'm given to understand that somebody actually received a fine for using one of these straws.
No, I believe it was, what's called a notice of violation is a warning letter.
Okay, so they weren't fined.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Just for your info, they did say that they were fine, but maybe they misunderstood. I don't know, but you're
He
right.
actually
You
said a
did-
violation. We'd received a violation.
I thought he said fine. Okay.
Okay.
As far as that goes, John, if you need any help with the wording, there's a couple of keywords. I think that Chad goes with the proper wording is to identify those.
The other thing I had was another thing that involves the town attorney, and I don't want to keep bringing things up while he's concentrating on bringing something to us, so I'm going to save my other item.
Want me to go
My other
somewhere?
two items.
One of mine just went away, thanks to you. One thing is the CRAB committee does a leadership conference, and I think they're a little overdue. The CRAB is not meeting. There's really been no drive to get them back together. But I wonder if we can take some of the functions of CRAB and roll that into one of the other similar committees, maybe BORCAB or something, where it becomes more of BORCAB becomes more of a parks committee. So we fill the things that are not being looked after, like Bayfront Park and beach accesses, et cetera, and empower them to have a leadership conference in this next season. That's agreeable, or we can try to resuscitate CRAB.
I like where you're headed. Would we eventually dissolve CRAB then as we delegate those responsibilities elsewhere?
It would be, I think it'd be possible if those responsibilities could be absorbed by another committee. The leadership conference is pretty time consuming. There's only once every couple of years.
Great event. It's a great event. Yeah.
I agree, Bill. I would love to see, it seems that we don't have any public volunteers for crab, and if we don't, then we should dissolve the committee and try to find another committee to take on leadership conference being the most important function that they had.
You can bring a list of what CRAB was doing to council, and you then
Maybe that's an M&P thing initially.
And then just say, take items 1, 3, and 4 and give it to this committee, and give items 2, 7, and 6 to that committee, and go that way.
And, the large idea is coming up with a Parks Committee where it just has broader, varieties in it. Because sometimes if you're talking about something like, if CRAB, is a culture committee and they want to have an event, then they've got to work with, if they're going to do it at Bay Oaks, they need to work with BORCAB anyway. So it kind of puts things more under the same umbrella. Okay,
Glad you waited till Mayor Saracita left. That was her baby, CRAB. Probably one of the better acronyms ever to come out of the council. But,
And I've been in conversations with Anita about this. And I know that, these committees have been around a long time and they have their territories and they're used to doing things. So some of them do things in different ways. There probably are still people who are remnants who are officially still on CRAB. So I don't know if we just dissolve CRAB, then they could apply to one of the other committees. The last thing is talking about the lights. The consultant, as you know, as Roger said, didn't really have the results of the polls together for this meeting from the committee, but I've read what Public Safety Committee and I've read what Murph said. And I would like to see, I'd like to direct the consultants.
Bill, I'm sorry to interrupt. You said polls. Did you mean like polling, like asking voters what they
Survey.
think, or literally polls?
Surveys.
Surveys. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
all right. Sorry, I should have been clear on that. I'd like to request that of our lighting consultants to do a photometric study using the lights that we're already putting in at Crescent Beach and San Carlos, Old San Carlos, just to get an idea of what I suppose is actually true. If it does provide the lighting, and if it's a solution that does not require the, $7 million additional poles. Because I think that'd be an important bit of information to get when we bring this up and start talking about it when we reconvene in August.
You're not asking for a study of the entire island, but of a particular light.
Photometric study of that light on the island. And it should be a fairly easy thing for them to plug in, I would think, because they've already done photometric studies. They just have to place those a different light in their.
That light hasn't been installed yet, though, so.
I'm saying that in software, they do a photometric study, they'd have to.
Okay, so I
plug
just
in
want to be
those
clear,
specifications.
it's technology based.
Right, and I assume that the one on Old San Carlos is gonna go in before the one on Crescent. And when do you expect that light to be installed?
We're trying to get it fully in and operational before season.
Okay. Yeah, just if we could make a request of the consultants to at least see if that's a possible direction to go with the photometric study.
Looking at me.
Well, I'm looking at you because I think what Bill has is a good idea, but I know you have some expertise in this that I lack. So I was waiting to see what Dan Adler said.
Well, something tells me we're going to have a very long discussion about lighting coming up.
today we're.
Well, and I think this is going to fall within it. And I think if they have the model number of what exactly is going to be used, it would be very easy for them to find out. But I'm assuming that the traffic light's not going to be the same height. So you're looking at different height issues. You're looking at this, there's a bunch of things that they would have to look into. You would have to ask them as to how much time it would take for them to do the research on that, or if they've already done research on that specific light. I can't tell you what that light is. I don't know it off the top of my head. So I can't speak intelligently as to would it be a viable solution or not until I would have some time to take a look at it.
And I know the light, I've looked at the specs, I've looked at the light, but I still can't tell you whether it's a really viable solution. The only thing I have is the amount of lumens that it generates compared to the net amount of lumens that we're getting on light now, and I know they're similar. But it's the one in the back of the packet here, and that's their exact spec. I could read it out, or we could just provide this to them, and also see whether that's within the scope of their current investigation.
My fear is that as we go forward with this, there's going to be a lot of bogging down of lumens and PRIs and everything that most people are just going to glaze over again, as I said earlier, when it comes to technology. End of the day, I think we'll all agree the most important thing is uniformity, and whatever we all decide is the best way to come up with that, is the way we should go.
Bill's idea of alerting them that we're interested in information about this particular bulb would be a good way to go, I think.
Well, it very well could, but is it gonna, one, slow down what their process is now? Is it gonna add cost to the process that they're already been tasked to do? I would
Well-
assume that they're gonna look at all different, one specific light bulb or one specific switchable light or one specific amber or one, I would
I
assume
would
they're
just
gonna
hate
look
to
at
see it bogged down because they come back and we say, well, what about this bulb? And they say, well, we haven't looked at that one. So just alerting them that we're interested in information about that bulb, I thought might keep it from getting bogged down.
Right, so going back to my, excuse me, going back to my earlier comment, they got the input from the two committees. We received an email from a citizen who had some ideas or comments about lighting. I forward all of those to the consultant because I consider that we're still sort of in the public input phase of the project. We're about to transition out of that. And I think, Vice Mayor, your point is very well taken that we don't want them to get, 60% design and find out, well, why, have you looked at this particular option and is it viable or not viable, or would it meet our needs or not meet our needs? So from my standpoint and Chelsea's standpoint, who's working with the consultant with me, trying to get them all of that input so that they can consider it and digest it and give you answers about its viability as a process progresses.
They'll be here Wednesday for Counselor Veach to ask this question directly, correct?
They'll be here Wednesday to say that, no, we haven't got this yet, or we just got it yesterday, but
But he
we'll
could
be
pro-
looking into it.
but he could
we're
provide
gonna
that
ask them,
conversation.
we're gonna ask them up here via Zoom on Wednesday, yes.
By Zoom. And it
Hopefully they
it
can be here.
is a different lighting because they're putting 3 of these lights around all interchange at Old San Carlos. So that, that's not the level of lighting we're gonna get throughout that's gonna light up pretty brightly.
Okay. Well, you now have in your hot little hands the Second Amendment to the interlocal agreement relating to the exchange of real property and improvements.
John, could you, I've looked over this real quick and nothing jumps out at me. What was changed that we had to ratify?
Well, first, the title of the resolution says shared use, and that's a typographical. It's actually this one, which is the property exchange. If you all may recall, as we've progressed in this process with the school board, they've asked us to move our facilities over further away from the school. And that changed the legal description of what the right-of-way was that was being vacated, which we've already processed. And so this document memorializes that additional right-of-way that's been vacated and the exchange of interest between the two parties as it relates to that, what is referred to, or I've referred to previously as the triangle piece.
Okay,
Nothing more, nothing less.
I was under the impression that there was yet another change, that
No,
they
no,
came
we're-
back
we're-
like a third time and said, no, we need another 6 inches.
This is just memorializing what we've already agreed to and the actions that we've already taken in vacating that additional right-of-way, which took place
I
in
was
the
under
last
the
meeting.
impression we had already done that, but, okay, I understand now. I move to adopt Resolution 21-25.
Second.
Question?
So the August 1st date, is that something that we're gonna be able to hold to, you think?
Sorry.
It says the closing date on our,
Yeah, that's not, that has actually the closing date, the August 1st date, it just ends after all conditions precedent, period.
Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
We've
I
already done,
apologize.
all right. It's cost us about 20 minutes.
We kept
Town
going.
attorney's items.
Yes, just wanted to state publicly the email that I sent out to you late last week regarding the recent ruling that we received in the town's favor with regard to the Jameson inverse condemnation claim. The Burt Harris claim has now been disposed of. During the break, after the presentation with Mr. Hughes, I actually received a call from our outside attorney who's informed me that Mr. Jameson and his attorneys are conceding, at least for purposes of just disposing of the case and moving it forward on the last remaining count, which was the straightforward regulatory takings claim that was mentioned in the email that I sent to you all. They appear that they're going to package all this up and get back to the Second District Court of Appeal. That's the indication that I've received through our outside counsel. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
We were served with another lawsuit.
Oh, yeah, and I've been expecting, we finally were served on a code enforcement appeal filed by a property owner challenging the decision of the special magistrate. We will obviously deal with that in the normal course of business. That's something that will be handled by me and my firm. And we were expecting it, and we'll proceed accordingly and obviously keep you all updated as that case progresses.
Good. Wasn't there a recent, the bill passed the kind of making bar of entry into the definition of takings a little more soft, if you will?
Yeah, but it doesn't apply here. I mean, as the legislative session has finally ended, if you all wish, I mean, I don't know whether or not the book generally would kind of make the rounds this time of year, but if you want, we can provide through the Florida League of Cities a summary of the highlights of the most recently or the most recent legislative session, particularly as it relates to changes in state law that affect municipalities. So it's good, some was bad. There obviously were a number of laws that were adopted this recent legislative session that eroded home rule powers even further. On the other hand, there were some changes to state law that make it easier. For example, the ability of local governments to post certain types of public notices on their website without having to place them in the newspaper, which will make it easier and more cost effective for us to provide public notice. But again, if it's the direction of the council, we can provide a summary of that legislation to the council members.
Thank you. Okay, well, council members' items. Bill, we'll start with you.
I'm already done.
You're already done. James?
I had a chance to go through mine during our break there.
Vice Mayor?
I had one other thing that has to do with the town attorney. Today we had on the agenda an ordinance to clean up the prior ordinance that we had passed. And this is not the first time that this has happened, that we pass an ordinance and then we find out that there's some kind of conflict. I know when I worked on the special events thing, it's a matter of going into MuniCode and doing a search for certain words to find out if we have any conflicts in our code. And I'm wondering if we need to let John know that we, as a matter of course, want this to be done maybe by a law clerk, because it's really clerical kinds of thing, to, on any ordinance that comes before us, that we have a law clerk run a search to make sure there aren't any conflicts, so that we don't keep coming back and having to clean up things. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? So I would think it's worth our money to have John, have a clerk do that every time we have a new ordinance come before us to make sure there aren't conflicts, so that we're not bringing them back twice to fix.
We'll do that.
Well, I don't know that I have.
I concur.
Okay.
I agree.
Obviously, the long-term solution is the processing of the consultant work product to review and adopt a new land development code. And
Right, but every time we do a new ordinance, there's the possibility that we mess it up again by duplicating. So it should be checked every time.
we'll make sure that happens.
Anything else?
Um,
By the way, a junior clerk, John, a junior clerk, by the way.
That's understood.
Okay.
Well, I think we have the discussion left about the manager evaluation thing, but I thought we would save that to last, and I was going to let Dan go if he had anything else to say.
Yeah, I actually have a couple of things. One, as we saw, the Lee County Sheriff's Office was in here asking about the potential site, base of the bridge. Want to see what it is with the council, how we want to proceed, if that's something that's a viable solution for them, even though they understand that it's going to be a temporary solution. How temporary, we don't know, but I think we can all agree that it's a valuable asset to have on the island. It seems that everybody enjoys it. I was pleasantly happy to hear that they were able to work something out with Beach Baptist on your direction. And as he said, it was a very skeptical thing at first, but it turned out to be a very good suggestion. So I just would like to see or bring it up. Is it for a future MNP or how we would proceed with discussing that piece of property?
I think a general discussion of the issue on a future MMP is something we need to do. I'd be in favor of doing that. He seemed to be indicating, though, that time is of the essence. So the next MMP that we'd be able to get it onto wouldn't be till August, so.
And I don't know if that would, maybe, John, you can fill me in here with what's already on there as far as a community policing. Is that something that can be in with that, or does it have to be a separate line item that would have to be advertised? Discussion?
I think.
On the August meeting?
Of the one on Wednesday.
On Wednesday? We can always post something on the website saying that in addition to the items that are the agenda that's already been advertised or posted, we'll also potentially discuss community policing. I think that there's, obviously the purpose intent of an agenda under Florida law is to provide reasonable notice to the general public. You can add items. There's nothing that necessarily says on Florida law that you prohibited from adding items to an agenda if you all believe that it is appropriate and, in this case, timely.
We have time, though, to check out Bill's suggestion about the 7-Eleven property before Wednesday. Roger?
We could try. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have to go there and look at the underlying stuff and see what's there, but.
Well, do we know how much space they want?
Well, based on that space and my conversations with them, they're willing to adapt to whatever size space that we can give them.
Okay.
So they're aware of the size of the space that's there that we were discussing, or they were discussing today. So they're prepared to conform to the size that we allow them to conform to. It's just a matter of taking time to get that vehicle to put there or the trailer to put there.
I think it's very germane to the topics on Wednesday, so I would support adding it to the MNP.
I mean, like I said before, I hate to see them so transient, but I understand that, location is everything. Personally, I'm happy to have them in the Baptist church. It's my neighborhood. But there's not nearly as much traffic there as there is.
My understanding is they're going to do both, right?
Yeah, well, so basically, I don't want to speak for them, but essentially they will conduct all of their outreach services that they do, whether it's the dogs, whatever it is, community policing, anything like that, or outreach, any kind of outreach stuff will be handled at Beach Baptist. The location at the base of the bridge gives them the foot traffic of people to come in to be able to hand out where Murph is going to be or where Turtle Time may be with the tent, to be able to provide them the information that they wouldn't be able to get with walking traffic down by the Beach Baptist. So it would be basically, I don't want to call it an information booth, but it'd be a place that if someone has a problem, they can go in and there's someone there that can handle it for them or provide them with the information of where the stuff will be.
But if we put them at the 7-Eleven, then they wouldn't have to move twice.
Potentially, but I think he was pretty clear that they're willing to move as needed. They fully understand the space is limited. They're willing to work within the constraints that we give them or as much room as that we can give them. And if they have to move in 6 months, or they have to move in a year, or they have to move in 3
Right,
months.
but what I'm saying is they might have to move to the 7-Eleven anyway, so why, if it works, why not just put them there first?
Well, I'm sure there'll be some pushback from the 7-Eleven, honestly, because it is right of way and it's outside it's on the street. There is an area I think that is, but how big again, it's.
And Vice Mayor, my conversations with Alan, it's clear. They prefer to be at the Ocean Jewels property for 30 days and have to move again versus not be there. So I mean, I don't know if that if Council Allers would agree, but at least in my conversation with him, they want to be there. They think they're going to wind up being there for a while till this project gets off the ground. And they're willing to take the risk, if I understood what he said.
Yeah, if we're talking 2 years, then I'm all for the Island Jewel.
Well, unfortunately, we weren't able to get a presentation, so we really don't know, but they've been kind of held at bay since the closing of the other outreach center based on the information that we may get or may not get from FDOT. Now that it's being pushed again, it's kind of that bit fresh in people's mind is kind of what I was hearing from them. You want to still keep that presence there. We have a piece of property that, unless I'm mistaken, isn't going to be used for anything. In my conversations with the town manager, it doesn't appear that there's any agreements with any other entities as far as using that property. So it's a property that we know is there. We know it's available. It's not obtrusive to anybody. It's at the base of the bridge. It kind of checks all the boxes I think that everybody needs, other than how long they're going to be there.
We don't use it for parking now. We don't have income from it. Okay.
It's essentially just a grassy knoll.
Yeah,
with tremendous visibility.
Tremendous visibility.
with the understanding that it's still an option. It's really an option for the county for the road when they.
Their first option would be to have a permanent place that they could set up shop and never have to move again. It's a discussion we could maybe have down the road. I don't know that we're prepared to do that now, or finding a place, whether it be 7-Eleven or other areas that the town owns on the north end of the island, but this would at least give them the presence that we needed now.
Or Lynn Hall Park, which they suggested may be available over a year from now.
Exactly. I mean, it gives us time to then work with the county and try to come up with something that works for everybody to put them in a permanent spot, so we aren't continually having this discussion of where they need to go.
The other thing too is that, where the property line is between what the county owns and where Margaritaville is kind of a jagged area where there could be room in there for a permanent installation after that's all done.
I think they're just looking for some direction on would that piece of property work? And I think having a discussion on Wednesday would be beneficial to at least let everybody know that they're potentially coming, where they're going to be and how soon it will be.
We can't vote on it on Wednesday, right?
We could vote on it today.
So we could vote now to let them use that property. This may be our last chance till August.
I don't know that answer, so I would defer to the attorney if that's something that we.
Yeah,
can do
I
today.
think two things. One is, I checked with John while councils were debating the issue. We don't literally have the deed in our hands yet. So it's not technically our property till we have that. But that being said, I'm sure if we called the current owner and said, look, we'd like this to start, while the deed is in transit or going through the clerk's office, whatever, do you have any objection? I would think that they would say, no, they don't care. So if that's your policy decision, just tell me and we'll work to implement it.
We need a motion or just guidance?
I know, just a consensus will be fine. I think if you tell me things you want me to do and three of you are nodding your heads yes, be assured I will do it.
Well, I assume there's consensus to empower the town manager to execute.
Would support that.
Or I'm on board.
Support.
Enough nodding heads? Is that enough nodding heads for you, Roger?
Count.
Let me know the numbers, a picture of the sheriff.
Okay. Anything else, Councilman?
Yeah, since we had the discussion earlier and as Madam Vice Mayor had brought up, we haven't had any discussion. I did defer it to you to bring it up. I'm assuming now would be a good time I could bring up the issues that I had or what I wanted to do.
You can bring up whatever you want.
I'm gonna read a brief letter that I sent to the town manager and the town attorney on June 4th. And it was only shared with those two simply because I didn't want to be in conversations with John. I didn't want to be in violation of any kind of sunshine law. So I apologize that me reading this is catching some people off guard, but it was, in my opinion, the safest way, in John's opinion, the safest way to proceed. I'll read it into record. In 1995, residents fought hard for the right to be heard, to have a say in the direction of town government by electing representatives that would act in their best interest and in the best interest of the community. As I campaigned door to door for that right to represent our neighbors, I promised each of them that if elected, I would listen to their concerns and be their voice on council. As they described their vision of Fort Myers Beach, they used words like vibrant, eclectic, and friendly. a place where you feel welcomed and wanted, a place where owning a home or a business made you part of something special. These optimistic words are changing. Although you still hear vibrant and eclectic, the most important ones, friendly and welcoming, are being replaced with fear, miscommunication, and frustration. The place to start restoring this rests on the shoulders of this council. 2017, council recognized the town had having financial issues due to serious operational issues with policies and procedures, and a change in management was needed. Roger Hernstedt was hired with the expectation he would apply his expertise and management style to correct the town's issues. I believe he has applied those skills and management style to help us in achieving the goal of financial stability. However, after the last year of listening to our friends and neighbors, I no longer feel the management style fits the expectations of what we want from Town Hall. We must ask ourselves, is the current perception and reputation of Town Hall what we want to convey to our residents? Or is a change needed in the way we serve the public? Is it our policies and procedures or management? Over the years, our citizens have elected leaders that have protected the shared vision and goals of the community. We are responsible for ensuring the policy and procedures coming from Town Hall reflect the needs and wants of the public. It's time to do our part. I want to personally thank Roger for making his home here, his hard work, and applying his expertise to make the town a better place than when he arrived. However, I committed to listening to our constituents and being their voice, and I no longer feel the vision for the future aligns with the best interests of the community, and a change is needed. So I ask my fellow councilors that we begin the process of finding a new town manager that can carry us into the future. And I will say that I put this was not an overnight decision that I put this letter together. I've been wrestling with this for months. And then timing is never a good thing to bring things like this up. And obviously this is probably not a good time either, but felt that it was time, that the gut was telling me that this was the right decision based on the people that I've spoken with, the people that I've listened to. And this is this is nothing against Roger personally. I hope you know that. This is nothing against you personally. I like you as a person. I feel that the management style that you portray, although very, very well received in some places and very good at what you do, no longer fits with what the future I think Fort Myers Beach is going to be.
No need to explain yourself, Councilman. You're allowed to say whatever you choose to say. Now, if you want some sort of action on this, then
Well, I would like to make a motion for discussion.
right ahead. Make the motion.
I just did.
What's the motion to discuss?
I would like to make a motion to discuss the letter that I provided to the town manager and the town attorney about finding a replacement for the town management position.
Second to that motion?
For the purposes of discussion, I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Discuss.
I think I pretty much summed it up in what I wrote. So I will defer to other members to hear their input.
Us.
Well, I guess
Oh, Jim seconded.
my apologies.
I yield. I've made some initial comments. I have some additional ones, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Without going into a great deal of detail, I'm not in favor of doing that at this point in time.
I would agree with the Vice Mayor. I think that there are a few people who seem to complain about everything, think that whatever if they can't do what they want, then it's the problem of whoever is behind the rules, and it's up to us as the town council to make these rules. I also think that this, we've taken extraordinary measures, I think, in softening the enforcement, led by Councilman Adderholt to some degree. And I think that also has proved, in my mind, problematical. And I think that the idea of waiting only for a complaint to do enforcement, I think leaves a lot of rope for people to take that they assume then is theirs. And so I'm going to, but not to go too much further into those points. I support town manager. I think he's doing a fine job, and sometimes people don't get their way.
No?
Please.
Okay. And your opinion is always welcome, you know that. No reason to, anyhow, I have to agree with Councilman Veach and the Vice Mayor here. I also have that I've received from town residents and prior council members and everything, singing Roger's praises about everything that he's done since been here. And I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement. It wasn't too many years ago before he got here, what kind of financial positions the town were in and everything, which you extolled, and also the other problems that the town was facing. What he's done is he's got us back on a firm financial footing. He's managed these projects, brought them in on time, mostly on or under budget, and has handled himself very well in doing that. There seems to me that a lot of the problems, things about the town manager have more to do with personality than actual results. And I'm not too concerned about personalities. I'm more concerned about bottom line results. And the manager provides that. As far as the evaluation goes, I evaluate the manager at least 3 or 4 times a week. I go in there to visit with him and sit down and get a heads up on what's going on. And he reminds me of what he's doing this and he's doing that and so forth and so on. And he's constantly following through on the council's direction. And never fails to remind us at these public meetings that, if you tell me what to do, I'll do it. That's his job. That's his job. Now, if people are offended by the way he does that, or are offended, they feel slighted for some reason because of, I'm sorry for that. I apologize. I don't apologize, but I'm sorry that they feel that way. And but that doesn't change my opinion of the bottom line results that the town manager provides. So he has all of my confidence. That's it. Anything else? Jim?
I would like to say a couple things, given the consensus of the council at this point. I want to say a couple of things. Number one, very disappointed with this performance evaluation process. It seems like the honorable thing to do would have been to come forward proactively to the council, just as the town attorney did with his performance evaluation. It would have, again, when we do it this way, we create all kinds of conspiracy theories. We create all kinds of concern in the community. It's completely unnecessary. It wastes a lot of time and energy of the council and the town, and it gets us off track, because I believe this community is on a path called the Island Renaissance that is spectacular. We have so many things happening on this island that are positive. We're in a good fiscal situation. We're fortunate to have a town manager who's very knowledgeable, very experienced. Given this new future, this new path that we're on, that I think is extremely exciting, I do think it requires a new skill set, a new perspective, if not new, then improved. And I would say to our town manager that additional collaboration, additional communication, consensus building, or outward facing. You're very good at serving the council, but I think you need to do more outwardly to communicate, collaborate with the community. We have so many things on our plate. Times Square renovation, it's going to involve additional collaboration, communication with the businesses, residents, public at large. Foot of the Bridge is going to involve relationship building with the county and the state. We've got the knowledge, but this outward facing improvement in collaborative skills, communication skills, consensus building will really help for that Foot of the Bridge project. That's huge and potentially huge. Hyde Park, again, communication with businesses and residents in that area. And now that we have the veterans facility with the veterans group or veterans monument, I think an outward-facing approach. Margaritaville, we're going to have, when the construction's going on, you're very knowledgeable in these areas, but we've got to be reaching out to neighboring businesses, residents, developer, public at large, helping with that transition. And again, it's a kinder and gentler servant leadership approach to government. The blocking and tackling skills are there. I'm hopeful for a more softer approach, collaborative approach. We've got the lighting project. I love the input thus far from the various stakeholder groups, the advisory committees. That's been excellent. I think that's a potential model because that's a very difficult issue. We've got the Bay Oaks Community Center, got some repair work to do with the advisory committee. Again, we have a lot of stakeholders there. The blocking and tackling is good, but the communication, collaboration, consensus building. We've got a public safety challenge that's going to involve building relationships with the sheriff's department, improving relationships with the county. These are the type of things that I would discuss in a performance evaluation if we were able to have that process. So I'll just say them here publicly. I have respect for the town manager. I have respect for the town attorney. I get along with them. I just think given this island renaissance that we're going through, which is extremely positive, strengthening these particular skill sets could really be beneficial to the town. And so I say these things respectfully, and I would just encourage consideration, and I thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you're welcome. I suppose there's always room for improvement for everyone, us included. And that's always a good point.
I may just add a
Yes, sir.
few parting words, if I may. Listening to some of the comments, I want to assure the people that are listening out there that my decision to send this letter was not driven by any one thing. It was not driven by one decision. It was thought out, many hours of lost sleep over it to try to come to a realization. And what I came to is it's not always about, as you put it, Mr. Mayor, the bottom line, which is the budget. It seemed as you were indicating, the bottom line of the budget is one aspect of it. I think there's so much more, as Councilor Adderholt has touched on. It's working with county officials, it's working with the sheriff's office, it's working with other municipalities. I just felt that someone that has been doing it for so long, for 39 years and doing it well, that if I felt that there was a potential for change, do some things a little bit better, softer, if that's the word that needs to be used, or more open communication, more transparency. If I felt that could happen, and then I probably wouldn't have sent this letter. But in my heart of hearts, I don't believe that when you've been doing something for as long as the manager has been doing it, that you can change. And hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. I think the council has spoken here, and this is a dead issue, so to speak. But I would be the first one to stand up and say I was wrong, if that's the case.
Man, okay, is there a motion on the floor here? Was there a motion?
It was just a motion for
Just
discussion.
a motion to discuss. So, well, I don't know how to dispose of that.
There is no second, so.
Yeah, okay, well, we discussed it.
discussed.
Okay, we discussed it. Okay, so that's that. My turn. I have some unfinished business here. Robert Howell, who is here, you'll recall, he's our ex officio member of the Marine Resources Task Force. Am I correct? I don't see why he
No
wouldn't be.
objection from me.
Just sets a set of precedents. I know that,
Off island?
yeah, because he lives off island, and I know that, the vice mayor came up with a solution, allows him to attend. He's a great asset to the committee, I'll say. Very knowledgeable and,
Waiver provision.
Is it,
Mr. Mayor, we have a waiver provision, I think, in our ordinance. So it's up to committees to allow you to get someone from off island after it's been
is that an
exhausted.
ordinance or is that a policy where we try to get people that live on
It's
the island?
ordinance, underlying ordinance for the committees.
Ordinance in it.
Okay.
we need a motion to enact
Just
it.
waive the requirement.
I would support that, given the quality of.
Just have one quick question. I sense the chair of MRF is here. Is there anyone else from the island that's itching to get on and could we keep him in that ex officio role and put somebody else who lives on the island who's really interested? Or if there's a need to fill the spot, I have no problems with filling it, but I just didn't know if you had someone else that was from the island who really wants to do it, and then we could have the best of both worlds.
I'll tell you why he's walking, that every time we've advertised an opening for Murph lately, there's been multiple applications.
Try to wake you up, Steve.
No problem. I was snoozing back there. Right now, he made the 8th member, which made voting, well, he wasn't a voting member at the time. Yeah, we had a larger group. Right now, we do have a vacancy and produce the 7th voting member. Right now, there's nobody that we know that has a application in, but that's not to say that the notification that there's an opening has been disseminated to the residents. So,
What's your preference? Put you on the spot.
you sure are.
You don't have to opine on that if you don't.
Yeah, actually, I probably will reserve my opinion on that since I am the chair and allow you to make that
Yeah,
decision.
that's
All right,
fine.
that's fair.
That's fine.
I give you the
Thank you.
opportunity.
Good city manager decision.
All right. You too could be a councilman. Okay. So is it a pleasure to allow Mr. Howell, Robert Howell, to sit on that committee? A voting member? I'm okay with it too. Okay, there's one more. Mr. Forrest Kritzer has put an application for Historic Preservation
That was
Advisory.
on the consent agenda.
Was-
We put him on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it was, he was one of the members. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, they handed me this. Okay, good enough. Okay, anyone else have anything good for the order today?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I've heard from the lighting consultant about Councilor Beach's suggestion about looking at the traffic signal, street light pole. That they will do that, and it's included in the scope and no extra cost. And we'll begin that process.
I would be interested in too, if you forward me just the specs on your changeable bulb thing, just to see.
Make copies of that and send it out to all members of council.
Anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
I think I did.
Move seconded. Question, objection. Adjourned at. When that guy comes in to install the new clock.
I was thinking-
1:24.
I was thinking the same thing.